All right, we should be live. Good morning, everyone who's watching. Let me know in the chat if you can see and hear us okay, just to confirm everything looks good.
Good morning, everyone. Not as Matt can attest. Discord confuses me, so I'm flying blind at the moment. But I assume there's a few people in chat. I see some people online, I believe. Anyway, good morning.
Here we go. I see Ariel in. Clear as a bell, he says. So we have 6 viewers right now, and then we just sent out an email to our mailing list as well to let people know we're going live. I see Boris Spassky says yeah. Good
Wow, what an honor.
Well, it's funny. Okay, so in the last couple streams we did, Ben, we had a guy named Bobby Fischer in the chat.
Oh, nice.
And we made a joke that maybe there would be Boris Spassky in the future. Now I see a Boris Spassky, but Bobby hasn't shown up yet.
It's early. I think Bobby was a night person, so to be expected. So yeah, go ahead, Matt. I was going to ask you what opening you're expecting. We've got 13 minutes to make predictions, and then maybe we can chit chat a little bit at some point. I know you said you played a tournament yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to give you a little intro too, but the group is small so far. So this is Ben Johnson, for those of you who don't know. He's a former poker professional. He's a dad. He's a chess teacher, and he runs the highly popular podcast, Perpetual Chess Podcast, which has millions of views. I think I read 2 million views on one of your websites, which is just incredible. So how are you doing,
Yeah.
Ben?
You put out 2 million episodes, and then you get one per episode, and suddenly it sounds impressive. But yeah, I've been going I just realized last night I've been doing it for 5 years now, which is crazy.
Congratulations. That's really impressive.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, and it's mostly fun. I'm supposed to later today. I just on a whim. I'm doing a bit of bonus coverage of the World Championship, like everyone else in the world. And I started out with the idea that I would interview people in Dubai, which I have been doing. But I've already done 3 of those, and I sort of feel like I'm still probably going to do 1 or 2 more. But it's like at this point, it's like, okay, people know what it's like in Dubai now. They've heard the venue described, so I don't feel it's as necessary. So on a whim, I emailed Jan Timman, who I've interviewed before, and going to do a short interview with him in about 3 hours, right in the middle of the game. So,
cool.
So when I do drop off from this, it'll be to get ready for that, and of course to see what's going on.
I really like that behind the scenes coverage. I listened to most of your podcast with Mike Klein. I really liked it.
Just nice. Yeah, Mike's a pro, and we go way back. So it's I should take advantage of our friendship more often. But especially when he's in Dubai, it's a treat.
Yeah, really great coverage. I see we got a couple more people in the chat. Cincinnati says hello from Thunder Chess Academy, and Safuya, who's a ChessGoals member, also says hi everyone. And an excellent pod.
Oh, thank you, and good morning to everyone. I think I'm gonna mainly let Matt man the chat. I'm used to the multitasking of podcasting, but less so streaming.
Yeah, that works for me. I got both my monitors, all the windows set up, so I'll keep an eye on the chat. Hey Squiddy, I see you in the chat as well. All right, so let's talk openings, Ben. We have Magnus with the white pieces. We're in game number 8. So this is Magnus has an extra white if you include today's game going forward. And I believe in round 2, he played the Catalan. In round 4, he started with 1 e4. And then in round 6, he went back to a Catalan where he delayed playing the c pawn, which I think was to maybe try to avoid some of the early d takes c4 lines. What do you think Magnus will play today?
Yeah, it's really interesting because obviously this is his first white with the lead. So, Nepo prepared the Petrov against e4, but presumably his primary plan is not to play that like for a win. So the thought crossed my mind that Magnus could now play e4 and say, okay, what else are you going to do? But on the other hand, it feels a little bit early for that, as we head into game 9, I believe, that you don't want to like, it's like when you start here, those of you in America, like start playing the prevent defense too early in a football game, like, you know, drives everyone, all the fans crazy because they've seen it blow up like 100 times, you know? And I think if Magnus starts trying to play too peacefully too early, it could run into trouble. So I guess to leave myself some wiggle room, like him playing e4 and seeing if Nepo will keep playing the Petrov wouldn't shock me, but I think more likely he's going to play another sort of hybrid system, but I would guess not the same one. I mean, he didn't really get any edge as white. So an English wouldn't shock me, or some more like d4, knight f3, and just start developing your pieces and call it whatever you want type thing, but not exactly the same. He seems to, I think he might be hitting on a strategy of really going for a long game, which, you know, is not shocking given their histories, but it wouldn't surprise me if Magnus decides like, you know, Nepo still might be slightly off kilter and that this is a good game to try to wear him down again. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I kind of had that same thought. Like now he's in the driver's seat. I think he'll play something solid, low risk, but also kind of keep that option open to grind Jan again if he smells blood. Because I think Jan could still be tired and looking forward to that rest day after that 8-hour game or however long it was in round 6. So I'm kind of expecting one knight f3 and maybe, like you said, transpose to an English, or maybe he'll transpose back to d4. I don't think Magnus will go too aggressive though. Like I don't think he wants to play mainline d4 and see a Grunfeld or something like that, which will kind of give Jan some chances maybe to fight back. So yeah, I expect something peaceful, but maybe just playing for that real slight edge as white for Magnus.
Yeah, I think so. And Matt, we got to get your impressions of Game 6. I mean, that was just one of the craziest chess games I've ever seen personally.
That was like the best game by Magnus I can remember seeing in a long time. I mean, just I'm a huge fan of imbalances. I really like Silman's Reassess Your Chess, and I think about imbalances all the time when I play, and that's how I kind of teach chess. And just watching the way Magnus would transition from one advantage to another throughout that game, and then that end game, which, you know, we now have supercomputers and table bases and all the other things that are saying draw, and the way he was able to convert by finding those exchanges, like the rook for bishop and 2 pawns, and getting into that rook and knight and 2 pawns against queen. I mean, it was just really impressive. And then you see a table-based draw, but of course this is Magnus, and I think both players knew it was a little bit harder to play with the queen in that situation, and Jan couldn't find the crazy accurate moves that he had to find with a couple minutes on the clock. Just really impressed by how well Magnus played that game. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, impressed, yes, but I do feel like the narrative is getting written quickly, like that as if it were fait accompli that he would win that game. And I mean, all 3 results were entirely possible with a draw, like, you know, many times Nepo, I mean, especially in the first 70 moves or whatever, you know, but especially as you alluded to the imbalance before the queen for 2 rooks. I mean, if Nepo wanted a draw, he could have had a draw, and he sort of consciously took chances. I mean, he mentioned in the press conference he felt like with the bishop pair he was better as black in the middle game. But anyway, I mean, the end game, especially the last 20 moves, it was like watching like Mozart or something. Like, I mean, granted, like as you say, it was a table-based draw until black went queen e6, but the way that Magnus finished him off with all those cute little tactics, and you know, they're both pretty low on the clock, and Magnus is just like flying through the position, was just amazing to see. But yeah, I wouldn't put it as the best game, but it was like the best contest. It was like the most sporting chess game I've ever seen, just because it was such a battle of wills and Magnus wore him down. So yeah, I mean, definitely something I'll never forget.
Yeah, and the impressive thing from Jan's point of view is how well he played to still lose a game. I mean, he really didn't make any obvious mistakes. You had to go back, like I was doing a recap on that game, and it was 136 moves, I think. Is that how many moves it was?
Yeah, I don't remember offhand, but
And I was trying to figure out where Jan made the mistake. And it was like, okay, here he lost 0.05 eval. Here he maybe lost like a couple of other hundredths. And then all of a sudden went from table-based draw to loss. Like, how do you really say where the mistake was?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a series of little mistakes. I mean, obviously the first time control was quite topsy turvy, and they both had some shots in there. But and Jan, I mean, obviously taking the pawn on b4 during the first time control, that was probably the most human mistake of the game. Because like obviously Magnus missed that rook c to c2 move that would have been winning, but he had seconds on the clock, which was its own fascinating thing. I mean, one thing that struck me so far, of course they've been helped by their opening preparation, but these guys generally have been so good at managing their time. And Magnus, not only did he get in that insane time trouble, but it was kind of like a self-inflicted wound. Like he had like it was a sort of quiet position where he just kept thinking and thinking. Like I know in particular the position where he ended up moving his rook from d1 to d2. A lot of people were thinking he was going to go e3 and make a space for his queen to get off the d file in that position, and he thought for like 20 minutes on that move. And yeah, it was just uncharacteristic, but it led to some very entertaining chess.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see what he does this game. I think if he has that chance to grind, I think he's going to do it. And maybe he'll just go right back to Catalan.
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, I was just, again, there's so many game recaps. It's hard to keep up, but I was just like Matthew Sadler and Gary Kasparov are doing really good recaps, and they're really slow to post them. So I couldn't watch the game 6 recap before game 7, but I looked this morning while I was making coffee and just put it on for like 15 minutes. And they were pointing out a few sort of easy improvements. I mean, obviously Nepo got equality with black anyway. So the fact that Magnus is not really trying for an edge makes me suspect he might keep trying different stuff, because like, okay, if you're not going to go for something objectively good, at least go for the element of surprise, but we'll see. We'll know soon enough.
Yeah, and I think the last couple of days or last couple of games, they've been starting a few minutes before 6:30 Central Time, so we'll probably see a move any second now, I would imagine.
Yeah, I put on the FIDE broadcast with the sound off just because I like to see their faces.
Oh, cool. All right, so you'll be the one giving the face insight, and I'll keep an eye on the chat. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds good. Right now, Magnus is not in the seat. Nepo is. So Magnus, I guess, is late.
I like to read Reddit chess from time to time, usually to help me fall asleep before bed. And I was reading someone saying that a Godmator likes to talk about their eye contact. Have you been watching any of his recap videos?
I haven't, no.
It's kind of interesting, like analyzing the psychology or the mannerisms, I guess, of the players.
Yeah, I mean, I think it exists for sure. Let me just retweet this.
Okay, I'll read a couple comments in the chat. I see we got Ariel saying, the podcast is just the best. What an honor to have you with us, Ben. And Safuya is saying, if Magnus played e4, do you think we'll get a Sicilian from Jan? Oh, that's a really good question.
Yeah, I think he might wait one more game. That's just my guess, but I think I don't think he's in panic mode yet. I think he might be in survive till the rest day mode. But for that reason, I'd be surprised if Magnus plays e4. We'll see. And the only, I guess the argument you could make is if Magnus trusts his prep and he thinks Nepo might do that, it would give his team some time to have an inkling of like what he's going to face. But I'm not sure that he, I think he might just keep trying to bore him to death through the rest of the match.
Yeah, make Jan take risks. I mean, when you play e4 and you face a Sicilian, you're probably giving your opponent more chances to win than you would like, when you're already up a game. So I don't expect e4, but if he does play e4, yeah, we could see Sicilian. But I also agree with Ben. I think, if I were in Jan's shoes, I would probably be waiting for that rest day. Regroup a little bit, know you still have another 6 games, and then play aggressive, and more aggressive probably with the white pieces for Jan.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to watch the press conference after game 6, Matt?
I did not, so I didn't really get to see what they said.
I was really impressed with Jan's composure, sportsmanship. He really handled it with class, and he didn't even seem like he was really acting. When they asked him how he would respond, he said something like he hopes to respond in style, like just immediately ready with a sort of inspiring but not like obnoxious answer. I was really impressed because I was exhausted. Literally, I mean, it's like a cliche to say it at this point, but like basically all I did that day was watch the game, and I was exhausted when it was over.
Yeah, you're tired watching. Yeah,
Yeah,
I did see that clip. Yeah, he was like bounce back in style, and he said it immediately. But
yeah,
it's
yeah.
pretty cool.
Here comes Magnus. Got the tan suit.
Ooh.
Um, yeah, I saw someone speculate online, that the fact that he's wearing white suits when he's white and dark clothes when he's dark means Jan Gustafsson's on his team, because apparently Jan used to do that.
Interesting. Yeah,
I'm
probably.
friendly. I'm friendly with Jan, but I have no inside information.
I like Jan a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, because he was on Magnus's team in the
Well,
past.
yeah, I mean the main thing is the Marshall. I mean, like that's
Right.
the main argument for his being on the team, because obviously Magnus can pick virtually anyone. But anyway, I don't know. I know people enjoy speculating about it, but it's really just sheer uninformed speculation. So um,
We have another question. Do you play tennis at all, Ben?
I do not.
Okay.
I used to, when I was in high school, I played baseball, and I loved basketball and played. I mean, I wasn't very good at any of these sports, to be clear. And I played pickup basketball like through 20s and early 30s, but I'm in my mid 40s now. I'm a jogger, and that's it. Uh,
Okay. So they are playing. It looks like we have a Petrov.
oh,
Um,
wow. And proving us wrong.
yeah.
Oh, he went for D4 on move three. Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we might get a sideline here. And the surprising thing to me is Magnus has been the one almost every game that plays the first rare move in the database. Have you
Yeah.
noticed? So bishop d3. All right, so is this going to transpose? If d5, knight takes e5, is this transposing back to a normal Petrov? Or I guess it's a little different because the white knight was not kicked back.
I'm surprised by this opening choice. It's interesting. I guess it must have been, of all the theories we floated, the idea that he wanted Nepo to sort of tip his hand if he's eventually, which we would think he's eventually going to venture something other than the Petrov. But I mean, let's face it, it would probably be a knight, or if we were kidding. So
Well,
does he really need him to tip his hand?
and going back to, how Magnus has been the one to play the first sideline, maybe he feels that Jan is not going to take any risks. And if he does, maybe he's ready for the Sicilian. Like he thinks he can score a win if Jan does play Najdorf.
Yeah, I mean, he can also always play the Moscow, and I don't feel like if I were Magnus, I would first of all be very happy that I were Magnus, and second, I would feel very comfortable on the white side of a Moscow if I don't need to win.
Yeah. Well, here's the first rare move, knight to d2. So I see 4,500 games are castle on move 7. He's playing knight to d2, which is only 48 games.
Wow, he's amazing with these rare moves. So do you have your chess base up and firing, or using one of the online databases, Matt? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
I'm using the ChessBase online database because I
Okay.
don't keep my own database updated. I don't think I have the
Yeah,
latest big
it's a
database.
pain.
So, yeah, I
Yeah,
do.
also when I try to run the opening tree, like I wouldn't have been able to access it that quickly because it's so laggy. Generally, if I'm looking for like move probability trees, I just use the Lee Chess Opening Explorer. But for something like this, it's better to have, excuse me, a larger database.
Yeah, so let me see who the highest rated player is playing this. Okay, this has also been the trend for Magnus. When he plays a move that's rare in the book, there will be almost nobody over 2,600 playing that move. Out of the, let's say, 40 or so games in this database position, the highest rated player for white is 2460.
Wow. I mean, if you're not, again, if you're not trying to get an advantage, it really opens up a whole world of possibilities as white.
Yeah. Okay, do we think Magnus has sort of a nagging advantage here though? Because even though it's completely symmetric, he does still have the first move. Maybe he could bring his queen out to h5, like let's say bishop d6, and they both castle. Maybe he brings the queen out to h5 and claims he has just a little bit of something to poke at the king side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's Black's move after Bishop takes D2, and they can literally have the identical position on the board. Now, that's not to say that like the advantage of first move is 100% dissipated, but like it's clearly not. His objective is not to to get some prep off and crush him, like
Yeah,
with this line. So
some novelty that everyone's going to repeat.
yeah,
Okay, this is making me think that Magnus is playing for the draw. I mean, if Jan plays queen e7 check and Magnus blocks with the queen, this game could be over really quick.
yeah, I don't think Jan would do that, but I mean, maybe Jan just has to be practical and not push too hard. But
And in a way,
that would
we've
be,
been spoiled this match, not seeing the quick draws, but when they both want to draw, you'll notice they'll blitz out 10 moves in 5 seconds. They'd somehow
yeah,
know to just trade.
especially with this 40 move rule where you can't agree to a draw before move 40, um, which I'm on board with that rule, but it does make for some interesting moments when they have like rook and 3 against rook and 3 and stuff.
Right. You have to be creative on how they repeat. We have a question in the chat. Thunder Chess Academy. He says, or they say, do you guys think it's almost like two elite tennis players banging from the baseline where the winner of the point is the one who can handle the pressure or even the tension of the position?
I mean, that seemed to be the story behind game 6. I mean, it didn't feel like Jan cracked though. I mean, even though he lost, it was just Magnus. I mean, once they reached move 60 or whatever it was, Magnus was really the only one who could win. But I don't feel like that's been the overall story of the match, but I felt like it was the story of game 6, which has become the story of the match.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think in the earlier games, Magnus took some crazy risks, like games 1 and 2. He was gambiting each game. But yeah, in that game 6, it did feel like a tennis match. And I have not played much tennis, but I think the closest analogy would be some sort of back and forth on the baseline for a very long time. And maybe Jan just hit the line, like just barely knocked it out. Because he beat himself in a way, but it was Magnus pressuring him that kind of caused the error or encouraged the error.
So Nepo with the first think here. It's rare to get him thinking, and now we have the completely symmetrical position.
This is like when you see two kids playing chess and they're copying each other, and then the one gets annoyed.
Yeah, Jonathan Corblaw has a video about it on Chess Kid. I wonder if they prepped by watching it on the perils of copycat chess.
Yeah, this is where you play queen h4 just so your opponent can't copy you with queen h5.
Yeah, or you go queen h5 and hope they do go queen h4. I don't think Nepo will fall for it though.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to think, if I'm Magnus here, do I play queen e2 check and consider castling queenside, or do I just castle kingside and play it safe?
Yeah, I mean, neither one seems so risky. If he truly, like, maybe he's not feeling well or something, just does want a short day, then queen e2 seems like a reasonable choice. But I guess it seems more stylistic than anything else.
And I think after queen e2, essentially you have to block with the queen. And this is for sure a draw, right? I mean, I don't think white can play for a win here with the queens off. Oh, Birdcell says good morning, and that's a question for I am Andres Toth. And Thunder Chess Academy says, I love Toth, learned about him because of Ben's podcast.
Toth, yeah, he's awesome. Check out his YouTube channel if you guys have not. Yeah, and I did a fun interview with him on Perpetual Chess.
Who's your next, do you have an adult improver?
I have one coming Tuesday, actually. Yeah, this guy, Alex Crompton, who wrote a blog post about how he went from total beginner to 1500 online and FIDE in 9 months. So it's not, I mean, that's very good, but compared to some of the people I've interviewed, it's not like this staggering achievement. But what I was impressed by is just sort of the depth and breadth of the research he'd done. He's read all these papers about adult learning, and he's citing all of these studies that he's learned, and shared a lot of resources. So yeah, we have like an 80-minute interview coming out on Tuesday. Super impressive young man. So yeah, that's coming soon. It took me sometimes when I'm trying to do adult improver interviews every 4 to 6 weeks, but then various people have various projects coming out. So as I say at the beginning of this interview, there's sort of more art than science to planning these guests because I was meaning to do one sooner, but finally got another adult improver interview coming on Tuesday.
Very cool.
Um,
Are you teaching any students yourself currently?
I have a couple. I'm mostly just doing podcast stuff now, but I have a couple students from, they're kind of grandfathered in. Um, but, there's been a quarantine and some of them are local. So I'm not sure. And my family moved a little from where we used to live. So it's a long story, but basically very few um, is the main answer. I've secretly actually been trying to write a book about the podcast with like what little spare time I have.
Oh,
So in theory, that's like my main project other than like day-to-day work. And I'm enjoying doing it, but stuff just keeps cropping up. So I'm not moving at a very good pace right now.
yeah. What kind of format are you looking to do for the book? Like, are you summarizing it by guest or by topic?
By improvement topic, basically kind of like we do on the adult improver interviews. Like, this is what people have said about the efficacy of blitz chess, this is what they've said about solving tactics, this is what they've said about endgame studies, and then kind of like pull from like 20 different interviews, so that I'm able to sort of compile the wisdom. So it's primarily based on the adult improver interviews, but if I'm writing about a certain topic and some Boris Gelfand or something, someone had a good insight, I'm not going to like not include it because he's technically not an adult improver. So yeah, it's been fun to work on, but it's I wouldn't say with 100% certainty that it's for sure going to be published at this point.
Okay.
Like, I got a long way to go, put it like that.
Well, I'm super interested in that project. I love researching chess improvement data, so that I hope you do come out with that. That'll be really exciting.
Yeah. I hope I can get it together. And it is the sort of thing, it makes me a better podcaster, if nothing else, because like I finally, like, there's this website called Trint that I found where I was able to get searchable transcripts with all the back catalog, and it like automatically syncs to a certain moment. So it's like you can like search for certain words, and I might make the stuff online available eventually. But anyway, just like that, I obviously re-listen to every interview I do. And I hope over time that makes me a better interviewer. But in terms of like going back and sort of distilling things that I've learned from prior interviews, I don't get a chance to reflect that much. So if nothing else, just like being like, oh, I forgot when so-and-so said that, is a useful exercise.
That was one thing I was wondering too. How do you go back and find that info? If you can search transcripts, but yeah, if you can search like woodpecker and find everyone
Yeah,
that's mentioned
exactly.
woodpecker method, that's really nice.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I can search through the entire catalog. I mean, if I were online, I could, like if I just put it online.
Hmm.
And actually, I could just put it in a Google Doc, I guess, and search for it. But within the Trint software, I don't know if I can. But anyway, you can search, you can just control F every interview, if nothing else. So as long as you know something was mentioned, you can find it.
That's really cool. And are you currently working on improving your own game? Are you playing events or doing any studying?
I finally am. Yeah. I got a coach during quarantine. I've been working with Grandmaster Axel Bachman, and he's been awesome, been a big help. And I'm trying, again, this comes up in the book that I may or may not write, but obviously there's so much that's been written. But John Donaldson, in one of our early interviews, he said, try to play 50 rated games a year, which, as a dad with two kids, I feel like that's like just on the edge of doable for me.
Hmm.
Anything more is just like basically impossible, but like I can maybe pull that off. So I managed to play a tournament in July, and then I was having second thoughts. I played terribly,
Oh,
but then I played in October and November, and was going to play in December. I was going to travel to Maryland to play in the Maryland Open, I think it's called. But then I realized it was right in the middle of the World Championship. It was the first weekend of December. So I'm skipping December, but I'm going to be playing in the Liberty Bell Open in Philly, which is 7 rounds. So it's almost like 2 tournaments. So anyway, the answer is yes. I'm trying to do a half hour to an hour of day of training. So nothing too crazy, but that training doesn't count any blitz, which I often sneak in and stuff. And, I'm starting to feel better about my game. So we'll see.
oh, that's really cool. I think it's nice to see people getting back to over the board chess too. I know for myself, that was one thing I really missed in the last year or two, is just the physical pieces. And you don't
Yeah.
realize it until you get back to playing how much you miss it. Just having the 3D board, physical pieces. Um,
Yeah, and to the extent, I mean, I know you've done some coaching, Matt, and just like being sort of a trainer where you're working with a lot of the people on chess goals, and it's the same for me with the podcast. Like, you just need to feel the feelings, you know. You need
yeah.
to know, you need to remember what people are experiencing. So for me, that's a big part of it. And yeah, the challenge is fun. I mean, I've sort of been through the stages of grief with my rating. I've passed through them all already, but it's but I'm embracing the challenge of, you know, wherever you are, it might not be where you want to be. Whatever amount of time you put in, it might not be as much as you would like, but but just try to, you know, it's, I feel again like a cliche at this point, but try to get 1% better every day, as all the self-help gurus say.
I think you're right. I mean, I know I always think back to when I feel I was at my chess prime, which is not currently, because there was a time in my life where I was like really sharp on my openings. I felt like my tactics were clicking. You know, I wasn't like wasting a lot of time trying to calculate positions. But if I just spend a little bit of time each day, like you're saying, I think you can pretty much be back where you were, or maybe even stronger, and not realize it. Just if you can put in a little bit of that effort each day and make it a habit, I feel like that's good enough as an adult.
Yeah, I don't know. What I've noticed coming back to tournaments in particular is that they have their own sort of um, peaks and valleys, independent of any study you've done. So the reason I feel like I finally had a decent tournament in my most recent one in November was because it was the third tournament I'd played in 4 months. And I actually had a tangible moment. I kind of like broke even in rating in my tournament in October. In the last round, you know, probably the eighth or ninth game back after years away, I finally felt like I was getting the rhythm. Like I wasn't just sitting there spinning my wheels, like getting in unnecessary time trouble and stuff like that. Like you still might get in time trouble, but you at least want it to be warranted, you know?
Yeah.
So I finally felt like, okay, like I'm actively managing, like in the last term, I'm actively managing the clock as like a part of the competition, you know? But I feel like if you take 3 months off, that just all goes away, you know? And that's part of the reason why kids are so tough, is they're playing twice a month and they just let it fly. So I think that daily work is good, but at least if tournament chess is your objective, there's just no substitute for the actual tournament chess, which can be unfortunate for working adults.
Yeah, and I think Chess Goals members know that I tout this all of the time, but my advice usually for adults, my number one tip, is to play more chess.
Yeah.
And you can use playing games to work on anything that you need to work on in terms of weaknesses. So like, let's say you're having trouble evaluating positions in your classical games, and you find you're only playing one classical game a week. And outside of that, you just like to study books. Well, one classical game a week is not enough chess to work on evaluating positions. What you need to do is play a game, maybe even write down your thoughts on the evaluation of critical moments during the game. Jot down what you think the eval is and the move number, and then go back and try to really analyze it when you have more time. But you could use Blitz, for example, or Rapid online to work on evaluation. Or if your openings need work, play a bunch of Blitz games, and after every single game, go back and look at those openings. So I feel like that's the best way to work on chess in between playing your classical events, is just to get a lot of games in online. And kids naturally do it. Like you said, kids will just play all the time, OTB or online. And if they're playing 50 games, 100 games a week, it's hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, it is. It's just not fair.
Yeah. I see some comments in the chat. Birdcell saying 30 to 75 minutes a day seems to be the sweet spot for hobby commitment for adults. 30 minutes daily is greater than a week of 2-hour days, followed by burnout, spousal resentment, and children with dad issues.
Well said. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. So yeah, not a lot happening in the position here. Nepo's in the tank, but it's early.
So I see 11 games in the ChessBase database. 5 of them played Castle on move 9. four of them played queen to h4, and two of them played queen to f6. Queen to h4 is interesting because after queen to h4, Black might be considering queenside castling and playing more aggressive here.
And then if rook e1 check, are we moving the king or blocking with the bishop? I guess moving the king.
Both games played bishop e6, but the ratings were...
that makes sense.
Oh, here's something interesting then. There's one game here from 2003. Oh, never mind. The white player was M. Klein.
That would have been funny.
But it's Manfred Klein,
Okay.
not Mike Klein. But yeah, both played bishop e6, but neither of the... one rating was 2130 and the other player does not have a rating. So we're pretty much on our own at this point.
Yeah, it's funny how things have changed with databases. Like it used to be that's how you look for wisdom, but now it's just, I feel like it's all the engine anyway. I'm obviously, even though Nepo's thinking here, one would think he knows this position. Maybe not, but in any event, it's a fairly standard symmetrical structure. He's certainly got some ideas of how to play it, but yeah, it's funny how these days you rely more on just what the engine says, at least if you're specifically prepping a position, than how people have handled it, especially at their level where they don't need as much help with sort of the typical plans.
Yeah, and the engines now are getting so strong with the openings that they're kind of rewriting theory in some of these sidelines. So this could be a position where maybe Magnus has looked at this, I'm sure he has in his prep, and he might figure that either Jan goes for the draw and just castles kingside, or Jan plays queen h4, going for the queenside castle, and maybe in his preparation, Magnus has figured that's actually bad for black. Like it'll give a white advantage if black castles queenside. If he puts that sort of question to Jan, it puts him in a really difficult spot. And maybe if Jan kingside castles, Magnus might have a slight pull if he gets queen h5 in himself. Hits the h7 pawn, hits the d5 pawn. I actually don't know what black does there. Like, let's say castle queen h5. What do you play?
Yeah, I think that would be a bit of a pleasant position for white. G6 just looks... I guess f5 looks less bad than g6, but neither one looks that great for black.
And it's probably a position, so I don't have the engine on. It's probably a 0.0 or close to it, but if you have to play f5, that's a little bit uncomfortable. It just opens things up more than you would like.
Yeah, I think that kind of rules out castling. We'll see.
But then if you can't castle, it's kind of it's a tough spot for black. Then you're forced to queenside castle, which is a bit slower.
And more dynamic. Again, it introduces a significant imbalance. So maybe this game won't be so dull after all.
I was playing an over...
I shouldn't say dull, short. My concern is short. I find all these games interesting. Maybe with the exception of the Berlin. Anyway, go ahead, Matt.
Well, it's funny you say that because I've done a little bit of work with chess.com doing some of their live stats for like Speed Chess Championship. And one thing the commentators are really never supposed to say is that the game is heading towards a draw. It's discouraged, or that a match is completely over. You don't want to have people turn off the show.
That makes sense, yeah.
So this game looks like it's going to be very exciting. Opposite side castling, pawn storms for both sides. Definitely you don't want to turn off your channel.
Yeah, riveting.
Yeah. But I was going to say, so I had a tournament yesterday, and in round number 3, I was playing the white pieces, and I had this feeling that I wanted to just play very solid. So I knew my opponent was a sharp tactical player, loves wild, messy positions. So I kind of got him into like a Slav, and then I exchanged pawns to make it an exchange Slav. So everything was symmetric, very similar to this position. But instead of the open E file, there was an open C file. And I was able to maneuver my pieces just quickly enough to apply that nagging pressure. And eventually my opponent cracked because he didn't really want to play for the draw. He wanted something dynamic, but at the same time he couldn't get that dynamic position. So it made his pieces make a few awkward moves, and before he knew it, the pressure was too much. But I could see something like that happening to Jan, where if he tries to go queenside and Magnus is able to play like a quick c4 or something, um, I don't know. I feel like Magnus has an advantage.
Yeah, and I've still got the camera on. He's like got his head down on his arm like that, looking like he's dragging a bit. Um,
We have a couple chat questions. Okay, Ariel says, a question for Ben. Who's been your favorite person to interview in the podcast so far? Oh man.
Oh man, that's the $1 million question. Well, I've struggled with this question a lot because I tend to name like 15 people, which isn't that helpful, I admit.
Do you have a power ranking list somewhere?
Okay, I mean, this is the one thing I've come to realize as I've thought about it more, as I've been asked more. I will say I do think that my favorite interview was with Magnus's trainer, Peter Hein Nielsen. Mainly because we did something entirely different. He basically did like an oral history of helping Anand prep during his match with Gelfand the night before a critical game, and he had just reached out to me and volunteered to do it. He was like, "Hey, be happy to be interviewed, but I want it to be about this exact day." Oh. I was like, "Sure." So. To get that kind of behind the scenes level detail, and for me, like as an interviewer, it was kind of like an opportunity to develop a different skill set as opposed to sort of a broader, wide-ranging interview. And of course, I had read already the Anand Files, which is a fantastic book, and Mind Master Vishy Anand's book, which is also quite good about sort of Anand's World Championship history. But then to get like a personal testimony on top of that was just amazing. So I think that's my favorite interview, but it is hard for me to pick. I've enjoyed a lot of them. Obviously due to the guests.
Yeah.
Get tired of hearing my own voice.
That's such a hard question. I mean, you've done so many and you've had so many great guests on. Then you don't want to leave anyone out. Oh.
Yeah. That one's different enough and it's true enough that I feel comfortable pumping that one. But yeah, other than that, like in terms of the more traditional career interview, it's really hard for me to pick. I have a lot of favorites.
We have a move by Jan. He played h5.
Whoa, are you serious? Wow.
This is crazy. h5. So he doesn't want queen h5, I guess. That's not going to be in the cards.
And he's not castling kingside.
All right, so maybe we will get a real dynamic game. I mean, he's got a castle queenside now. But okay, what if Magnus plays queen e2 check though? How does he block with the bishop? Bishop e6 maybe?
Yeah, or maybe even king f8 and just sort of stash your king and then get your queen out. I don't know. Blocking with the bishop f5, it doesn't seem good for black.
Yeah, because then you have to play queen f6 maybe.
And white also could go for rook e1 check, which really precludes blocking with the bishop. So
yeah, I think you're right. So probably king to f8 is the plan after either queen check or rook check, and then keep the rook on the h file and play for an attack.
Buckle up. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, this doesn't feel that fun for black though. I mean, it doesn't feel like enough of an attack with your king sitting on f8. We have another question. Do you guys detect AlphaZero's fingerprints in any of these games? New ideas regarding activity versus material.
I mean, certainly the way Magnus has handled the openings, he's pitching pawns left and right, and Nepo's refusing to take them for the most part.
Yeah.
Obviously, this h5 move, reminiscent of AlphaZero. I mentioned on Twitter, I'm gonna knock on wood, I should be interviewing Matthew Sadler about his latest book, The Silicon Road to Chess Improvement, soon. So, and obviously Game Changer is just an incredible book, so much to learn from it. So this one is sort of like a compilation of engine games, not just AlphaZero, but there's so many like 150 move games where they're just kind of shuffling their pieces around, and then 30 moves later, someone wins. And you're like, wait, what just happened? And you have to go back and look again. And I had mentioned online that what Magnus did in the last say 40 moves. It's so funny how long the game was in game 6, but it was very reminiscent of some of the games I've seen in Matthew's book, at least to me, because it's like you don't even, they're so advanced, you don't even know exactly what they're trying to achieve, but they just maneuver and maneuver. There's a lot to learn from it, but it's especially engine on engine, it's hard because they play so well.
Yeah, it did kind of remind me now that you mentioned of like an Alpha Zero against Stockfish game. It's
exactly.
like you have 160 moves. You thought it was going to be a draw the whole way, and then one engine somehow figured something out.
Yeah.
I know, I feel like with Stockfish 14, now that they use neural networks to help their evaluations, I think there's a lot of opening lines where the players probably go into the variations and look at Stockfish 14 or Leela and say, are there any new moves here that have never been played, but also score pretty well with the newer engines, and will put the opponent in what's an uncomfortable spot from a human perspective. I think that's a big part of how these guys prep for the match. They try to find these new lines that the computers still like, even though maybe it's not the best line. But like older games and older engines didn't show these lines, and so they've never been seen before in Grandmaster play.
Yeah, Magnus in particular seems to have keyed on that strategy. But Nepo, I mean, Nepo's just basically beating it back for the most part. I mean, he's other than game 2, where Magnus very quickly squandered the advantage. I mean, Magnus basically hasn't had an advantage out of the opening at all.
Yeah, in a couple of those games, I think Magnus was at risk of losing if you looked at the engine.
Yeah.
But the thing you don't know is, like, when Magnus gambits the material, like games 1 and 2, did Jan feel like he had any winning chances? Did you watch the press conferences in those games, or did he just feel like he was under pressure all game?
Yeah, I mean, game 2 was interesting. I mean, game 1, I don't think he felt like he had winning chances. Game 2, the engine was basically going crazy. I mean, once Magnus kind of ended up sacking the exchange, it was like at least minus 1.8 on Cess for black, and but Jan after game 5 said that he felt like game 5 was his best winning chance because it was much more human. Like he never felt comfortable in game 2, even though like I was there watching it, and I'm not a super grandmaster, so I felt like Jan had significant chances. Again, not from an informed perspective, from an uninformed perspective in game 2, but Jan felt like game 5, just with a more stable, realizable advantage, was his best opportunity prior to the craziness of game 6.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we're all watching with engines nowadays, and you think like, you read the chat and people will be calling the players like Magnus blunders and stuff like that.
It's ridiculous.
It's just armchair quarterbacks.
I mean, whatever. I'm guilty too, so I shouldn't say it's ridiculous. Like I have the engine on too. So,
but when you
I try not to.
When you want to win those positions, it's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And another thing that was interesting is catching the end of. Again, there's so many amazing broadcasts. Which, by the way, thanks for anyone who's watching this, because so many legends sharing their thoughts on the various broadcasts. So I was mostly during game 6 watching Levitov and Svidler. I mean, the Levitov channel, where Svidler, Kramnik, and Moroshenko are often speaking. They by that point they were like drinking whiskey. So it's like, all right, this is kind of my speed. It's 6 hours later, obviously, in Russia, so they're not day drinking, but they're like, all right, long enough game. They get out the whiskey. They're relaxing, but. Anyway, I mean, their prevailing wisdom was that Nepo was going to hold this position until the very, very end. I mean, they don't have the engines on, but someone told them when it flipped from a table-based draw to a win for Magnus. But it was interesting to me that they're like, Nepo will hold this, Nepo will hold this. And I was switching around a little bit, and then there was some consensus that black would be okay. But now when I read the postmortems, like Shanklin did an amazing write-up, breakdown of the game for chess.com, and Anish Giri annotated the game for Chess Base India. And I love to watch recap videos. I mean, I also like always check for Daniel King's recaps and try to watch more than that. Cause again, Kasparov and Sadler's recaps have been great. But for me, like as a chess student, and I've mentioned this on the podcast, like I'm not a great video learner because if I don't get something, I'm not automatically inclined to go back and look again. But if I'm reading something and I don't get it, it's much easier for me to just read it again than like rewind a video over and over again. But anyway, in both Geary and Shanklin's analysis, they both had fantastic insights throughout, but they both sort of said like this was always going to be difficult to hold, you know, that like it was always going to be a challenge for Nepo not to crack under the pressure. But watching it live, that really wasn't what the broadcasters I saw said. You know, they sort of felt like Nepo would hold it. So there's a bit of revisionist history, or I guess more likely some sort of hindsight bias, I think, in like how people are appraising that end game. But I mean, to me, obviously, especially when you consider the clock, like the idea of holding that position is like impossible, you know?
Yeah, and I wonder if that kind of goes back to the engine thing as well, where maybe both players felt this is a drawn endgame. You know, because even Magnus kind of was like, well, I knew it was harder to play for black, and he did a lot of shuffling around. But then when you actually look at it with the table bases, yes, it's a draw. But, and I forget who said this, but someone mentioned how the number of drawable moves, every single move was decreasing, right? It was like 15 moves draw, and then 10, and then 9, 8, 7. Before you know it, it was 2 moves that held the draw.
Yeah, it was where he went Queen E6. And it was like the moves were like Queen B1 and Queen B2. And if you look at it, it's like, okay.
You're right. He had to have his queen on a certain diagonal with the ability to check from behind. And it's like 2 minutes on the clock. How do you figure that out?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense in hindsight, but I was there watching it. I mean, and I guess part of it is it was happening so quickly, but people weren't like, oh, he'll screw this up sooner or later. People really felt like he might be able to hold it.
Yeah. And I think GMs just have those like databases of endgame positions in their head where they just know, oh, queen against rook 2 pawns and a knight draw. you know, it's like, oh, Robert Hess said that in the chess.com broadcast. Thank you, Ariel.
He said what?
Robert Hess was the one that mentioned the decreasing number of drawing moves.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing their broadcast is great too. It's really so many, it's incredible.
Yeah, that's the main one I've been tuning into is the chess.com broadcast. I just really like Fabiano's insight.
He's been incredible. Yeah. It's funny because he's so quiet generally. You wouldn't be sure. I mean, obviously he's super genius and but he's really good at explaining things.
Have you seen some of their little like promo videos that they've done too? They're pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like the Hess championship sweatshirts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously Fabi cursing was the highlight of that of that video.
So unexpected. Let's see, Dane Mattson's in the chat. Dane will be joining me in about 25 minutes. He said, sounds like you're referencing some quality Wojo commentary at Ben Johnson.
Wojo, are we talking Alex Vujkevich? Who
that's my guess.
We're going way back. Maybe he can clarify.
Well, I know Dane plays. I think Dane plays one knight f3 into the Catalan, which is like a Wojo's weapon book repertoire. Oh, he said yes, and then hi, guys.
Good morning, Dane. Yeah, may Vujkevich rest in peace.
Oh, he was referencing your point about whiskey commentary.
The drinking, yeah. I should have put that together. Sorry, I'm drinking coffee, so I'm still... my brain is not yet firing on all cylinders. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun to... Because you never know. I mean, with Kramnik, there have been allusions to, like, he's had periods where he's quite enjoyed a drink, but he's said in more recent interviews that these days he's older, he's got a bad back, and if he has like a glass or two of wine, he's good to go. But Svidler, I don't really know his drinking proclivities, but he was quite enthusiastic, as was Mora.
I don't know how people do it. I see Jesse's in the chat. He says hi.
Morning, Jesse.
When Jesse and I play blitz chess at my house, sometimes we'll have a couple drinks, and I feel like it doesn't take much before the play is, couple 100 points lower.
I don't know. It's similar to billiards to my mind. Like I'm not a great billiards player, but I feel like there's a sweet spot between like when you're totally drunk, but you have a little buzz and you actually play better.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of follows a curve where you go, where's the camera? Where it goes up and then really down. And I feel like Blitz might be the same way. I don't know.
Yeah, I think my sweet spot's probably like 1/4 of a drink.
Yeah, especially now. Like I don't, I'm older than I used to be. Obviously,
Yeah.
Now if I go crazy, I'm having 2 or 3 drinks. Whereas in my 20s, that was not true. So yeah, I'm with you. It's probably my sweet spot is pretty low these days.
That'd be an interesting analysis. Age versus alcohol on chess skill.
Yeah, yet another study we need to commission.
Yeah. All right, so we're still on Magnus's move after pawn to h5. He has an hour 42 on the clock. What did he have prior to this move? Hour and 56. So he's 14 minutes into the think tank. What would you play here as white?
I feel like I would want to trade dark squared bishops if possible. So maybe, I mean, queen f3 runs into bishop g4 possibly, although you have checks.
And you can't take d5 because there's bishop takes h2 check, winning the queen.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen. But if you go h3, then g5 becomes a possibility at some point. You give him a hook. So, I mean, certainly white's obviously doing fine, but yeah, I can see why Magnus is thinking.
My first instinct is to play rook e1 because I don't think the rook does much on the f-file anyways. So why not check the king and try to force it to f8? Don't allow that a8 rook into the game too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it can't be bad to stop black from castling.
And then maybe c4. Like if we get the king on
like
f8, try to open up the center. Because c4 might even threaten c5 if black doesn't take.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, especially you're stopping black from castling and then opening up the center.
Okay.
Classic stuff.
All right, so let's go a little deeper on this line. So I'm going rook e1 check, king f8, and then c4. Now, if black plays, let's say, c6 and tries to just hold that pawn, which maybe is too passive, then I really like your idea. Let's see if we can get the dark square bishops off the board. Because we have the dark pawn on d4, so it's technically our bad bishop, the one on d2, but if we could get that out to b4.
So queen b3.
Yeah, maybe queen b3. That hits the b7 pawn, hits the d5 pawn, and threatens bishop to b4. And Jan hasn't had much time yet to build up an attack on the king side. I mean,
yeah, it looks fairly pleasant for white.
Yeah, if you had this position in a game after rook e1 check, and you're playing someone at your own rating, what do you feel the odds are that you would get a win, draw, or loss? I always like to think in terms of these odds.
Well, what are the odds I'm going to screw up later? Let's start with that.
Yeah. How many drinks have you had?
That's always the key question.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty good odds for white still. I just don't think black has enough if we very quickly go after the king, the black king, with rook e1 check. John Daly has entered the chat, according to Birdsell.
Yeah, so where does black go in that position? Rook e1, king f8, c4, if c6. Maybe black has to do something other than c6, but queen b3, like maybe bishop e6 after c4. But as you say, then c5 is a possibility.
Yeah, bishop e6 looks like a better try. But maybe then there's queen. Could we play queen f3 there? Threatening rook takes e6.
But then still bishop g4, right?
Queen takes d5.
Don't we still have the bishop h2 trick?
Oh,
no, we don't. Sorry.
With the pawn on c4.
Yeah, sorry. Hmm.
It's probably one of those positions where black is holding in all the lines, but it looks harder to play.
Yeah.
Thunder Chess Academy says three beer pool. I made more shots. And Dane says, I will likely enjoy a beverage if this game reaches 120 plus moves today.
Exactly.
All right, I will too, Dane. If we're on at like 2 p.m., we should make a deal. Okay, so I'm going back to rook e1 check. I don't think king f8 looks that great for black after c4.
I don't know if you have a choice, though.
Okay, so maybe we need to be more aggressive for Jan. King f8, c4, queen h4. Let's try to provoke g3.
Always good to threaten checkmate.
Yeah, and it hits the d4 pawn as well. I missed that. And there's no discovered check after queen taken on d4. So maybe that's what Magnus is thinking. You know, there is this queen h4 idea, forking h2 and the pawn on d4.
I mean, even if white were to go g3 in that position, can black really take on d4? I mean, white's got bishop c3 coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's not many squares for the queen.
And those bishops would be beautiful.
And if you try queen g4, it's offering a queen trade, which is probably not what Jan wants here. Okay, so here's a question. Do you think with h5, it looks like a move that's playing aggressive and playing for the win, but do you think he played h5 out of necessity? Like he actually felt he couldn't castle here and maybe he's still okay with the draw?
Yeah, it's hard to say what result he's envisioning. I mean, he obviously thinks it's the proper treatment regardless of result, but I mean, it's the lines where it steers to something lifeless certainly seem harder to come by.
How does their body language look on the live stream?
Yeah, I haven't checked in a while. I'm sure Jan's not at the board. Yep, Jan not at the board. Magnus looks content.
I've had a lot of people ask in the previous live streams rules about walking around. Yeah, I think for players that have only played online, it seems strange to watch a webcam and like a player's not sitting at the board.
Yeah, I agree. And this one has been historically unprecedented to my mind in terms of like how infrequently they're at the board. Yeah, Jan in particular. Someone I can't even remember where I heard this at some point, but I think it's been rare that the break rooms, I mean, even I think they're a fairly recent invention at any point, especially to have your own private break rooms with your own private bathrooms, but also to have it so close to the board. Mm-hmm. You know, it's nice for the players, but it's not so sporting. I mean, you know, you want to see your opponent suffer. So FIDE, I feel like they have made some improvements in terms of like, I love that all the games are on weekends. And that there's fewer rest days, and even that there's no increment until move 60. I think these are, and again, everyone has different opinions about this stuff, but I like those decisions. But the break room thing, I think there needs to be some management around it.
I agree with you.
Future World Championships.
Yeah, I think those improvements with those changes with like the time control, putting a little more pressure on the players is moving in the right direction.
Yeah,
get less perfect games. But I heard with the break rooms, I think the players lobbied to have TVs in the break rooms so they can actually see from their break room when the opponent makes a move, which seems crazy because I mean, at that point, why don't you just go sit on your couch every single move?
Yeah.
That's probably what Jan does, right? Kicks back
Yeah,
on the
no,
couch.
I mean, yeah, I get why the players would lobby for it, but your job is you're paying them $2 million. Like your job is to say no at some point.
Right. No one can see you.
Yeah.
You know what that makes me wonder too is if the players have a 2D representation of the board, or if it's just a camera.
From what I've heard, it's just a camera.
Okay.
Yeah, just a monitor.
Because there is something different when you analyze with a 2D board versus over a physical board.
Not for them. I mean, they can walk around and.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel like it's all the same.
I had an opponent, this was years ago, OTB, and he was an online kind of brought up player, younger player, only really played online, super strong tactically, but he didn't really have like any endgame knowledge, right? He was just self-taught, played online. We were playing an over the board game, and I won't say his name because it's a friend of mine, and this was at the Minnesota Open, and he had one of those like e-notate devices, where you have the stylus and you enter your moves that way instead of a notation sheet. And during the game, it's his move, he just starts staring straight down at his e-notate. He was analyzing on his notation screen.
Right, yeah, that's a bit odd. Huh.
And I asked him about it afterwards, and he goes, well, I'm so used to looking at the computer screens that it's easier for me to calculate if I look at my notation device. And I'd never heard of that. I never thought about that. I'd never heard of that before. But I was like, oh, I wonder if that's even allowed. As obviously you can't move things around and analyze that way, but to just look at a 2D screen of your game is sort of interesting.
Yeah, and as you say, in this era, there's a lot of people would like to do that. Come to think of it.
But I suppose even before computer chess was popular, you go to a big event, if you're up on the stage, like Grandmasters, they would have those demonstration boards showing the games. And sometimes you would notice the players kind of staring up at the demonstration boards analyzing instead of looking at the physical board.
Right, yeah. I got distracted because I put on the screen to look at the players, and then I'm looking at the variations that she's playing through. They looked at the exact variation we discussed with C4, Queen H4.
Should we look at that one again? So Rookie won first?
Yeah, Rookie 1, King F8, C4, Queen H4, G3, Queen takes pawn, Bishop C3. And then they went Queen G4, and that was as far as they went.
Maybe they're watching our stream.
I'm sure they are, yeah.
So we're watching the ChessGoals stream. Well, here's a question. First we had Hudson. He said, good morning, gentlemen. My recommendation, play 1 C4 and crack open an Old English 40.
I may have retired from drinking malt liquor before legal drinking age. Malt liquor is rough, man.
And then we have Thunder Chess Academy. Maybe Ben could ask Mike Klein what's in the break room and did their reps lobby for certain conditions, and then have Klein ask the players.
You can find a tour online. Tanya Sachdev did one. If you scroll long enough through Chess24's Twitter feed, she did about a 2-minute video where they do like a behind the scenes video. It might be on YouTube too, but couch, monitor, and snacks is what I saw.
That does sound nice.
Yeah.
Rickster Mandude says, this is great commentary. A lot more relaxed than the other streams I have seen for the other games.
Thank you. Yeah, the Vichy and Fabiano, they got nothing on us.
Well, I feel like too, depending on the position, how much chess you analyze versus how much you chat about. And obviously having you on the stream, Ben, there's a lot of questions for you. And I think it's nice to hear about, podcasts, interview guests, psychology, those kind of things. They're not talked about as much on some of the other streams where you go just down a bunch of Grandmaster lines.
Yeah, that's why Svidler and Gustafsson always have a special place in my heart, because it's either a blessing or a curse depending on who's watching, but they're sitting there talking about like TV shows and like everything but the position, which I often find entertaining, especially like in a non-world championship format. But other people are like, come on, talk about the game, for God's sake. And on the Levitov channels, Fiddler's still bringing that energy, you could say.
Yeah, I like that too. Kind of.
Yeah.
I know Robert Hess and Danny Wrench are pretty good at that as well. I mean, they'll go deep into their like inside jokes and TV shows and movies, but it kind of gives you a little break from the chess.
Yeah, and Fabiano's definitely he seems to fit right in,
Yeah.
which again I wouldn't have guessed, but it's been amazing.
Okay, so now we're almost at a 30-minute think for Magnus. I'm I'm shocked he's spending this long. Does he look confident?
Yeah, he looks very focused. I couldn't get over his time management in game 6. He's normally so practical, and he was thinking in these non-critical positions. I was really hoping, excuse me, that someone would ask him about it in the press conference. But obviously, that game was like, as Mike said, it was like a multi-volume series, like sort of thing. So I understand that other questions came up, but if I were him, I would not want to put myself in that situation again. I mean, especially with the lead now, like clockwise, I wouldn't want chess clockwise. I wouldn't want to put myself in that situation.
Yeah, and thinking of it from a time management perspective, if you have 2 hours for 40 moves and no delay or increment, you really want your first 10 moves to be blitzed out pretty quickly, and they're only on move 9. And by the time you get to move 10, I would think you would want around 90 minutes on the clock remaining. Definitely more than an hour. So at this pace, Magnus is going to be under an hour by move 20.
Yeah, and it's shaping up to be a dynamic position in a lot of cases.
I'm looking at a move like f4 for Magnus. I know we talked about not wanting to play f5 for Jan, but now that the h-pawn is up, what do you think of f4? The pawn could potentially push to f5, and it kind of just blocks the dark square attack that Jan might be planning.
I don't know. It looks loose to me. And if black goes queen f6,
c3.
Oh no, and now we let them castle queenside.
Yeah, rook e1 check just looks so good, but then if that was obvious, I feel like Magnus would have already played it.
Yeah.
All right, let us know in the chat. What move do you think Magnus will play?
Nepo's chat pacing in the background, change of pace.
What are your thoughts on like hovering over the board? If you're playing a game and you stand up and just hover within a few feet while standing.
I think as long as you're giving your opponent space, it's fine. If you're on your side, a foot or two back. I think standing is generally better for brain function. So
okay,
I can't. I have no quibbles as long as you're not like stalking your opponent in close proximity.
Because I've noticed Jan did that a few times when I watched the live stream. He'll stand up and he'll leave the room quite a bit, but when he comes back in, sometimes he'll just hover right around the board. And I feel like it can be a little intimidating depending on how close they stand next to you. Okay, another move Magnus could try is c4 right away. Keep rook e1 check in reserve. There's still probably queen h4, and maybe it'll transpose. But with the king on e8, so let's say 10 c4, queen h4, g3, queen takes d4, and bishop c3. Now we do hit the g7 pawn with the c3
Are we
bishop.
really going to take it, though? I mean...
Maybe not.
Yeah.
But a queen g4... Yeah, it might be heading towards a dry endgame, like if you traded queens and then took g7, for example.
That's true.
Because black already did win the d pawn. But again, it's like one of those positions where maybe Magnus is able to grind. If he creates the right endgame scenario with the queens off the board, damage pawns for black, maybe he can try to make something out of it.
I mean, I'm sure as a scenario, given the match situation, I'm sure he'd love that, but I don't know. That's a long way from from this position, although it is one possibility. But I thought he was going to move. He did the old and then sit back thing.
Yeah, I like it. Well, I know you have to go soon, Ben. Is there anything else that you want to talk about while we're still on air?
Let's get the state of your chess game before we leave, Matt. So good tournament yesterday. What was your prior tournament before that?
So I've been playing at our local club. I live in Rochester, Minnesota, so it's not Minneapolis, St. Paul area. So we have a local club that's been doing 60 plus 30 events every
perfect.
2 or 3 months. And we'll just do one game a week.
Okay.
Which is really nice. So I've been playing a lot of 60 plus 30. There's one other master that's a regular at our club. But outside of that, the competition is all below 1900.
Oh.
So I've been playing a lot of chess, but I haven't been, I still get some tough games, but I haven't been testing myself at a high level. And then yesterday I got to play in a tournament with 7 masters, 1 expert. It was an invitational. And I was lucky enough to get first place, and I was just super excited about it. 2 wins and 1 draw.
Yeah. Well, I guess Sean Nagel didn't make it.
No, so we didn't reach out to Sean. We did ask John Bartholomew if he wanted to play, but he was unavailable.
Okay. Yeah.
Because we had a donor, so there was some pretty good prizes. It was 400 for first, 250 for second, 150 for third, and no entry fee.
That's cool.
Yeah. But now it makes me want to play more chess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but those game a week things are so perfect. But first of all, it helps if you're in a city center. I'm like in between 2 city centers. I'm an hour from Philly and really 2 hours from New York, even though in theory it's a 90-minute drive. Mm-hmm. But then the quality of competition thing is important. Yeah, it's
But I realized I like to play, and I really love slow games.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to take more of that mindset. So even if I'm playing a game where maybe I lose 10 points if I lose the game and I win 1 if I win, I can still look at it as just a way to test my chess abilities and just have fun and learn something from it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and it'll help you in the long run, for sure. Do you guys have any questions I should ask Jan Timman before I'm supposed to chat with him in 90 minutes? It's going to be a short one, though, so I don't know if I'll be able to get to it.
Yeah, this is your chance, guys. Put your question in the chat.
I'm mainly just going to be like, all right, dump your thoughts. Because one thing I've noticed that's cool about the World Championship, there's people like Erwin Lamy has been sharing some great insights on Twitter. Everyone's watching, and not everyone has a platform. So there's people who really have thoughts and they have no way to express them. Like, people like Matt and I, for better or for worse, people hear from us maybe more than they'd like. But then there's all these brilliant chess players who maybe generally would rather just be private citizens, but then the match comes and they're like, that was crazy. And they're like, well, there's no one I can really appreciate this with. So anyway, I'm mainly just hoping Jan will just riff for 20 minutes.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, because it's like he doesn't have a YouTube channel, or how does he tell people what he's thinking?
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the older players, I sort of understand why, but they get forgotten a little bit. I would love to hear from what's Ulf Anderson think about this match. There's just so many legends around.
And do you feel like that's a direction you want to go? Is maybe doing more almost biography or biography type interviews, kind of hearing about players and their own experiences, like a non-World Championship match?
I mean, there's so many fascinating stories to be told that for me, it's mainly a constraint of it being a weekly show and people having limited time. I mean, I certainly get that. I can't keep up with all the chess content myself. So basically what I do is I have sort of subgenres in my head, whether it be the adult improver interviews, but also sort of older legends. Like I recently interviewed Asa Hoffman, who's a New York absolute institution, and knew Fischer from when he was a kid, but he's not a household name, especially outside of the United States. So basically, I'm just trying to hit different sort of check different boxes. But if it were like somehow commissioned, I would love to do like a sort of steal Mikhail Marin's book title, Learn from the Legends type series where they just like tell stories. But within the current format, I just try to mix it up as much as I can.
Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, so what you need then is you need a sponsor that
Exactly.
funds all of it. Just interview famous legends all day.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I consider myself extremely lucky that I get to do this already. So, but yeah, I mean, there's one can let one's imagination run wild in terms of the stories that could be told.
Yeah. All right, I don't see any questions in the chat. Great comment. Oh, I already read that one. And someone said, "Thanks, Ben. Appreciate the insights."
Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, this Magnus still thinking. So yeah, I think looks like it's going to be a fun match. So enjoy it, everyone, and I'll be watching closely when not doing other things. So and chiming in on Twitter if I have any brilliant insights that Vishayanand hasn't shared, which is pretty unlikely when you put it that way.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Ben. And if you're in the chat or you're watching this later, make sure to check out Perpetual Chess Podcast. It's on all the major podcast platforms. And yeah, I really appreciate it. It's good to have you on, Ben.
Well, yeah, and don't forget How to Chess, everyone. It will be back. We've taken a vacation because the producer is in Dubai, but more chess improvement, shorter interview format. So, but thank you, Matt. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Have a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, everyone.
All right, so I'm going to bring on Dane Mattson next. PD Smooth says Ben in the house. Yeah, that was awesome having Ben on. All right, I'll get Dane set up. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, now we're live. Sorry guys, we were on mute. So this is Dane Mattson. Dane and I go way back, playing a lot of Minnesota tournaments. Dane is a video author for chess.com. You've probably seen some of his work. And Dane, I have to say, there's certain chess players where I really enjoy watching their style of play. And I know I've mentioned this to you before, but every time I see you play over the board and I walk by your game, I'm always very impressed with just the positional style you have. And you're one of the players where it's like, I want to see what you're doing when you're playing. It's just really fun to watch. So I have to give you credit for that.
I appreciate it, and I keep my style quite lively in the sense that I also want to know what I'm doing, and will often surprise myself with moves. And I I just reflect on the way that I'll play, and it's well, I don't think I would see this exact position on my board through a Petrov move order, but I certainly am sympathetic to the French defense.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you say that this opening was a French defense, an exchange variation where they captured on d5, then it seems a little more in my realm of knowledge.
Yeah, so I'm showing it on the analysis board. If we have a French exchange, we do get this same pawn structure, missing e pawns and d pawns on d5 and d4. So Dane's kind of an expert in this line, and we do see queen e1 check played by Magnus since we last talked.
Yeah, I was thinking, are we going to see some concrete Catalan play? And when I arrive, we're on move 20, and we're still in theory or something, and obviously a different story.
Well, we both play the Catalan, so that would have been kind of interesting. I mean, I don't play this for either side. It's a little outside of my wheelhouse.
I have to say, queen e1, outside of maybe the bishop moving to e1, would be the least likely piece in my mind to visit that square. It's a bit of a surprise for me. You were mentioning rook e1 as strong and natural, so maybe this. You're also talking about f4, and I play the Stonewall Dutch as black, so I certainly will not object to such a treatment.
I just realized we're morphing into the same player, Dane. I do some opening courses for ChessGoals, and our black repertoire against d4 is a triangle that recommends Stonewall Dutch in about half of the lines, depending on what white does. And I actually played a Stonewall Dutch just yesterday at an OTP event.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking to you more about those courses, because I'm definitely in opening rehab and want to find some good content to work on my game. Might be heading up to the Twin Ports area for a tournament in January, but we'll see.
All right, we should do some studying together. That'd be really fun. Do some opening prep.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be wonderful.
And I just had this thought after queen e1 check. So Ben mentioned the idea of trading dark square bishops. If we think of which is the good and bad bishop for each side, the d2 bishop for white is kind of the bad bishop because it's the same color as the pawn on d4. Maybe Magnus is planning a quick bishop to b4. Like, let's say king f8 is played here, bishop to b4 forces a trade of the dark bishops.
Exactly right. And if you try to avoid that with, say, bishop e6, instead of, just to suggest the strength of what you're recommending, is then do we start talking about f4, f5 here?
Yeah, I think you're right, because then that bishop is almost getting trapped. And sometimes this pawn can make its way all the way up to f6. And I don't know if black wants to kingside castle here with the h-pawn on h5.
So this creates poses a difficult question, I think, for Jan, how to respond to this, because obviously when you're playing h5, I don't think your intentions are, as Korchnoi used to call such players, a peace-loving pigeon. I think h5 makes his intentions quite clear. And so therefore you bring up a good point about king f8 and bishop f8 and removing black's active dark squared bishop. And, after losing that tremendous game, time is running out a bit for Jan. Not that he has to win this game, obviously, but I have a strange observation. I don't know if you feel this way, but, when I was a kid, there's the so-called Soviet school of chess. And there's this idea of draw with black, or at least don't lose as black, just be solid, and then torture your opponent as white. And at least from my limited perspective viewing this, I feel like Jan is doing the opposite, which is draw with white and play for wins with black. Like, even though he lost, that record-breaking game, I thought he played the opening and middle game quite well and put Magnus under some pressure, at least from my eyes when I was watching it.
Yeah, without the engine, you saw the active queen for Jan, the bishop pair, and it felt a little uncomfortable for Magnus for a stretch there. I think you're right. It's almost like maybe Magnus is pressing a little too hard with white, or playing a little bit too offbeat of lines, and it's just giving Jan good positions because he's finding correct responses in almost every game with black.
Yeah, so yeah, the more I see this Queen E1 move, the more I appreciate it. It's quite clever.
I see Ariel in the chat says, as a recent beginner, you're a coaching legend, Dane.
Well, I appreciate that, Ariel. And as a kid, I was told that I would have a bright future in a padded environment, and so here I am.
I like that.
Yeah, very thankful to be able to create some content that people can enjoy, and that's sort of my approach, Matt. Obviously, we could rattle off engine moves, and someone made a comment about enjoying your commentary with Ben and feeling more relaxed, and hopefully, certainly I'm enjoying your presentation, and I think that helps less experienced players see these positions not from the lens of an engine or a 2800 super GM, but from their own perspective and opportunity to learn more. So just really enjoy that style, let's put it that way.
So with that, I think we should go a little bit into coaching mode, Dane, on this good versus bad bishop. So let's try to create a line where we can highlight the difference in these two light square bishops. So let's say king f8 after queen e1 check. Bishop b4. Let's say black plays queen e7.
Right.
Just to kind of get to this endgame. We'll swap queens, swap bishops. And now what's going to happen in the end is, because this pawn is on d4 for white and this pawn is on d5 for black, white should never allow that d pawn to move. Right? White can keep that pawn fixated on d5, and then what happens long term is this light square bishop is eventually able to move somewhere where it can apply pressure to that pawn on d5, whereas the d7 bishop for black is going to be stuck defending it most likely. So that's sort of the long-term play that you can play for, and this is definitely effective if you're an intermediate player, right? Looking for these imbalances and trying to figure out bishop versus bishop. Who has the better bishop that's opposite of their pawns, and who has the bad bishop that's the same color as their pawns because it's stuck defending. So if Magnus can create something like this long term, that allows him to just apply very slight pressure. And these guys are super GMs, so they don't fall for some of the same stuff that we fall for, but it is still uncomfortable. Like, you don't want to defend this type of endgame against Magnus.
And how do you feel about placing your king on d6 in this scenario, making it your most developed piece?
That's probably a good idea. Bring the king up.
Excellent forecast, by the way. Queen e1, king f8, bishop b4. And by the way, I don't want to sound like a broken record regarding the French defense, but misplacing your king, so to speak, on f8 doesn't raise my eyebrows. As a French defense player, it's like, well, I've always played a worse position than this, because there's always the French defense tragedies. But this is interesting, and so will they enter that end game that you're suggesting, and what alternatives exist otherwise?
Yeah, because I don't think Jan wants the queen trade. I think he would prefer dynamic play, unless he feels that sort of endgame is just a draw anyways. There's probably not enough in the position to play for a win, but oh, there it is, queen e7. That was just an example line, Dane. All right.
Excellent. Very good.
So do you feel Magnus has enough to make this, let's say, a 6-hour game, or do you think they'll agree to a quick draw?
Well, I'd like to find a happy balance that you and I have some sunlight ahead of us, and to have some day ahead, but also I don't want to leave the audience too quickly. So I'm hoping there'll be some chess played beyond this H5 firework, and does it start to feel like a dud or something if it just fizzles out into a draw? Well, we'll see. That's a good question, because I'm not sure what Jan's strategy is with white. I mean, is he going to continue to, play this, allow this sort of anti-Marshall position to continue to repeat and have this, symbolic advantage. I mean, at times maybe he was pressing a bit here and there, to be fair to him, but it doesn't feel like he's particularly challenging Magnus. So there's someone said in the when in the chat when you were with Ben about playing a C4 and then cracking open a beverage, and I'm not quite sure about cracking open a beverage, but I do think a move like C4. I wonder if you're one of Jan's coaches and you're preparing all these scenarios, what happens when this, if this fizzles out into a draw, which there's still a lot of chess to be played, hopefully. What is your strategy going into your next game? Are you happy with getting a quick draw here? And then, at what point do you shift your strategy and overall approach when you are feeling the pressure to win?
Yeah, and shout out to Hudson with that C4 comment. Hudson joined, I think it was the very first day I did commentary. Him and my friend Jeff. We used to play on the same high school chess team back in the day. Yeah, so I think you're right, though. I think Jan needs to try a few different types of opening systems, because the frustrating thing for Jan is E4 is his main weapon. Magnus knows this. And like Ben was saying, Jan Gustafsson might even be helping out Magnus, who's an expert on the Marshall. And that's, for those of you that don't know, the Marshall is this line in the Ruy Lopez where black gambits a pawn, but gets a ton of activity. And there's lines in the Marshall that are like 40 moves of theory or more. Like, there's very forced sequences. And if Jan feels that Magnus is really prepared for the Marshall, he might be afraid of going into that. But then you're stuck with these E4, E5 lines, the anti-Marshall lines that really don't promise a lot for white. Like, they're not that dynamic of positions when you really need to play for a win. So I would love to see an English, or maybe even like a Catalan from Jan, or if he wants to get really spicy, maybe 1B3, which he's played in a lot of online rapid.
Sure. I see Thunder Chess is a great commentary, and it's a friend of mine, Jay Holst from Thunder Chess Academy. He was actually a member of the Twin Ports Chess Club in Superior, Wisconsin in the 90s. So when I was a kid, I would lose every game because my dad would bring me to the chess club on Mondays, and I'd be losing to 50 to 60-year-old men for years until I could actually play a game of chess occasionally. And he would throw the football with me between rounds, because it's a game in 30 or something, and I lose in 2 minutes or something. Which
that's
I'm
really
sure.
Cool.
So anyway, I just want to say hi to Jay, and
That's how kids used to learn to play chess, everyone. We had to get beat up by the adults at the local clubs where there were hardly any other kids.
Exactly. And now it feels like it's the opposite, as the kids show up to beat up the adults,
Yeah. At that tournament we had yesterday, Alice Lee showed up. And she's 2240 or so USCF. And I was like, man, at age 12, can you imagine being that good at age 12?
Yeah, that's incredible. So I see we have bishop d6. Okay, so that's interesting. Instead of the queen e7.
Keeping the queens on. Okay, so you know what I'm thinking, Dane? I think because of the real long think by Magnus a couple of moves ago, I think he might be trying to grind Jan again. He might feel that he can play this out another 120 moves or so and try to grind him for a while. I'm getting excited now that they're not trading queens.
Well, and also psychologically, when h5 is being played, Jan's not exactly, looking to sign a peace treaty too quickly. And I wonder if there's additional psychology, which is give Jan a little bit of rope, let him improvise, let him try to force things a bit too.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when we saw h5 by Jan if, he felt that he couldn't kingside castle there, because there was like an early queen h5 for white going back to this position. And I was wondering if maybe Jan was a little bit uncomfortable. It was just hard to say how much of it was aggression and how much of it was like he didn't know what else to do. Kind of got caught in a strange spot. But I think he was playing aggressive most likely. And now, I like Magnus's position. Going back to the game, queen takes d6 and queen d2 by Magnus. We have the symmetry, but look at the king safety. King already on g1 for white. The king on f8 looks a little bit strange. And white has the good bishop against black's bad bishop. I see Thunder Chess is saying, I was in Alice's class at the camp at St. Olaf a few years ago. She was 6, and in the 1600 class, I will still be in that class.
Yeah, I remember that. I was at that camp. Um, yeah, Alice Lee. How old is Alice now? Do
I
you
think
know?
12.
12 years old.
Mhm.
Yeah, 12 years old. Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. And then she's playing with her brother, who's also a master, right?
Yeah.
Lyndon. So
Yep.
quite a strong chess playing family there. Um, Interesting. So how do we look at this position, from Jan's perspective? I mean, so the move knight d2, right, in the opening wasn't that common. I mean, I'm just trying to understand the thread here because I didn't catch the opening commentary.
Let's run back through this. So we had Petrov defense, and we saw a Petrov in game 4, right? I
Right.
think Jan first brought out the Petrov, and it kind of surprised Magnus in that game. And then Magnus this time played d4, which is a little bit different, but it sort of
Okay.
transposes to a similar structure. But the first real rare move was this knight d2. So we went from like 5,000 games in the online database for ChessBase down to 50 with knight d2. And it looked to me like just kind of a drawish move, right? Like, oh, we're just trading everything off. It's not very ambitious for white. But after bishop d6 castle, now Jan kind of had this weird spot where I don't know if he necessarily wanted to castle right away. And he spent, 17 minutes on playing h5. So this was the first deep think by Jan. And he decided to play h5. And then queen e1 check, Magnus actually spent 40 minutes on that move. So both players, I think, were kind of out of their prep at this point, or at least kind of resorting to trying to remember what they had looked at in the past.
Because I think Jan, in the candidates, I mean, he played the French defense. And I think he's played the French defense in his childhood. The only reason I ask is if we could do just a really slight detour in the opening, and I'm going to misremember all the theory, so don't take it move by move, but I just want to get a sort of position. So every year, my dad and I would travel to the Canadian Open. And I can tell more of the story later, perhaps, about how I was able to play Vasily Ivanchuk in a simul, but it was in the Tarrasch variation with knight d2,
Knight f6.
bishop e7.
Yep, I'm following. Bishop e7.
Okay, and then what I'm trying to recall is it here where Ivanchuk played queen g4 against me, like a really early queen g4. I might have the details a bit wrong. Maybe you threw in bishop d3, knight f. Let's maybe bishop d3.
Who was he playing? Sorry.
Oh, he's playing this guy, Dane Mattson, like some, 17-year-old kid in Canada. But I don't know if it's in the database, but I was able to play Ivanchuk in a simul or something like this.
Okay.
Knight f6.
Yeah, I was trying to look in the database.
I played Shirov in the actual tournament, which is, again, remind me to tell the story later.
So cool. Okay.
But in the simul against Ivanchuk, it was something like this with e5, knight ft7, and then queen g4. And the only reason I'm showing this while I'm going on a detour is to just say, I remember at the time, maybe I had John Watson's cutting edge theory, like play the French 3 or something. And there's a line where you play king f8. And again, forgive me if I don't have the exact details right, but the reason I'm showing this though is that as a French player, when I place this king on f8, it doesn't shock me anymore. Let's put it this way. And there's certain lines where you play h5 and g5. And and obviously we're going to be looking at a simplified position in the game, but I just wanted to mention that I think Jan has played the French, obviously in the candidates, but also he would play these kind of aggressive, probably not fully sound lines as black, maybe in his childhood, or he's not entirely unfamiliar. So I just wanted to, and maybe I'm completely wrong here, but when I see the king on f8, it just brings back these memories. And that even though this looks insane and hard to justify, it's not without its bite, especially with the clock ticking and the pressures of tournament chess. But obviously you have the live board, and you can see that's a significant difference in the position. But just wanted to at least mention king f8 to then voluntarily, loosening your king side doesn't shock me anymore. And maybe I lull myself into a false sense of security there, but just wanted to mention that, oh, a whole bunch of moves are being played. So,
Yeah, I think
uh,
this is a really good point, though. He's comfortable playing King F8 and H5. He's had these types of positions. Um, so the question I'm wondering is, are the differences in the position advantageous for Magnus compared to some of those French defense lines? Because when I've seen King F8 in the French, I feel like it's usually a Tarrasch or a Winnower variation where the pawns haven't traded E takes D, E takes D.
right.
So having this open file and the knights off the board, does that actually favor Magnus, or does White have more attacking chances in some of those French structures? Because we see a couple of moves now, Rook E8 by Jan, Rook A to E1, and then Rook H6. And now we do see Jan's rooks coming into the game. So I'm kind of back to wondering, how does Magnus press from here? How does he create some chances?
Hmm. Yeah, great question.
Maybe Queen G5. Just try to post the queen up and then try to double the rooks on the E file, because the H pawn is a little bit tough to defend for Jan, and the D pawn is also being pressured.
Hmm.
And if Jan takes on E1, that allows Magnus to control the file. So usually you don't want to let your opponent control the open file too easily.
And now we have Queen D8 moves in the air. What an instructive point you're mentioning there, Matt, about, unlike that French example that I was showing where the center is closed, this open E file does matter. And I think this is another example if you're trading rooks as black. I mean, one of the things I always tell students, is don't trade for the sake of trading, and when in doubt, maintain the tension. So when you talk about maybe watching my OTB games, maybe the results aren't too impressive at the end of those OTB games. But one thing I try to do in the opening is build and increase tension. And I think my path to from expert to master, I think I played in the Twin Cities Chess League. It's not a rated event, but it was really good training for me, is getting ready for those scrambles at the end. But before that point, keeping the tension, not complying with my opponent, for example. And in this case, how would we explain from Black's perspective, that a trade of rooks would be favorable? Like, if I'm thinking about trading, I want to know, why does it make my position potentially better? What am I gaining by making this trade? Or, how does this create problems for the opponent or worsen the opponent's position? If I can't clearly answer those questions, how it makes my position better or my opponent's position worse, when in doubt, I would maintain the tension. And I think your example with Queen G5 could create a lot of problems if Black just goes along the script of, okay, will trade the rooks and my problems will go away. Far from it.
Yeah, and he did just play Queen G5. We see it on the board.
Oh, this is amazing.
And I think that's a really good point. So if I'm playing the black side here, I do feel like I'm under a little bit of pressure. So that might be a case where I would start to think, well, what sort of trades would help relieve that pressure? Or can I create any sort of dynamic counterplay? Even though Black has this pawn up on H5, which was sort of threatening a kingside attack early on, at this point I don't think a kingside attack is really in the cards for Black. So it's more about relieving the pressure here. And the trade I would be looking to make as Black is, can I get the queens off the board? Because I see that queen on G5, she's attacking D5, she's attacking H5, eyeing the D8 square like you mentioned, so there's some potential back rank stuff. I think as Black here, I would want the queens off the board and try to get into this rook and bishop endgame. Because even if it's just a bishop and pawns, I don't think Magnus has nearly enough to play for a win, even though it's the bad bishop.
Right. And that's a good point too, where imagine you're coming in with the intentions of, creating this initial opening chaos, it appeared, and things are maybe settling down where this maybe isn't exactly what Jan was hoping to see, with his reverse, Russian school of chess, which is to, draw with white and press with black. It's not quite working. But what's funny here is, imagine, some tournament players where you're trying to think only in one mode here is black, which is attack, find chances. One funny thought is, and I agree with you, going back to the point of just hang tough, maybe get those queens off the board. But imagine if you could just take your H pawn and just, throw it off the board. And I could see someone looking at a move like rook f6, like being worried about the queen, buying d8, allowing the pawn to get captured, and then play rook h6. I don't think it works.
Oh, but yeah, you have this double attack on h2.
Because I have a problem with rook e8 and queen e5 maybe. But it's worth at least mentioning that of these fantasy positions, that if I'm hoping to attack, do I have any chances here? And I think this is kind of a cold shower after queen e5, which is, Magnus hasn't done anything wrong as white to merit a successful attack like this, I think. And I don't really see anything after this move, queen e5.
So what if we try kind of in a similar style? There's no immediate threat for white, I don't believe.
Mm-hmm.
What if we try h4?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we do gambit the h pawn, but not yet. Kind of keep that idea in mind.
Right.
And if white allows us, maybe we push it all the way up to h3 and try to open up some holes in the white king side.
Absolutely. Because it feels quite natural.
If white plays h3, it could potentially become a target if we were to get a kingside attack going as black.
Mm-hmm.
Could black play f6 here? If you wanted to get really aggressive, go for g5.
I think we have the permission to move any of our pawns at this point. We're just following Jan's lead here, when he's willing to play such h5 moves. So yeah, why not at least consider it, of course.
Okay, so let's say the queen retreats, queen d2.
Sure.
Because I don't see any good active squares after this. And g5.
Mm-hmm.
This feels a lot better than a couple moves ago for Jan. I think now there's some reasonable chances, at least, to apply pressure to the white king. And the black king looks relatively safe still with these pawns on dark squares.
Well, and you mentioned the possibility of h3 being a hook at some point. G4 trying to rip open lines. Maybe not quite yet for a variety of reasons, the rook hanging. And if you're trying to rip open the G file, how do you intend on using it? I don't see any convenient way yet.
Because this bishop kind of slices through the position. No rook g6.
But do you then correct your rook and play rook h8 and rook g8 and
if you have time,
dream of g4?
Yeah, if you have time. Because I don't know.
Time is always the tricky question, right?
I don't know if there's a lot of play for white in terms of a quick attack. Like white could trade on e8, bring the other rook to the e file. But let's say rook h8 here. Black has the e file squares all defended. You have queen e3, bishop back to d7. It's hard to say if Jan's attack is good enough to cause any problems, but at least it's dynamic. I think Jan wants to avoid a position where he's just slightly worse and getting ground down.
I think we've seen that movie before, haven't we?
Yeah.
I don't think you like the ending too much. Very, very interesting point. And what's so hard about playing chess, understanding chess, teaching chess, you look at this sort of position, and if two 1200s are playing, that line where you have f6 and g5 and h4, and say, well, you really shouldn't be moving your pawns. You should have castled earlier. But as you begin to mature as a chess player, some of your positions can almost resemble beginner play if there is some sort of inner logic there. And as we have a c6 being played. All right, so waiting, solidifying d5, which always easy to overlook horizontal pressure. Have you read the book Invisible Moves?
I haven't, no.
I haven't read it in its entirety, but I remember reading a little bit where the author made the claim the most invisible move in chess is the horizontal queen move.
Interesting.
In overlooking horizontal tension. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I can tell you I've blundered enough times missing horizontal queen moves to say there's something there.
Yeah, that
And
makes
maybe people,
sense. Because you always think of the queen going forward, and I feel you do tend to look at the queen's diagonals, when
Mhm.
attacking and defending. But yeah, the horizontal moves are a little less common. Going across the board, usually there's pieces clogging up the path. Because we have a question in the chat for Thunder Chess Academy. Do we worry if we allow white to claim the E file with some of those ideas or some of those lines?
Well, that was sort of what we were talking about before c6 was played. You were demonstrating that line where black plays h4, f6, g5, so you get that big pawn chain. And I thought this was an instructive point, is that it's one thing to control the E file, but what can you actually do with that control? The French exchange is a good example of that, where white immediately opens up the E file, but you get into a middle game, maybe not entirely unlike this, where you ask, where are my penetration squares? Where do I land? If I'm trying to invade on the E file, as you were saying, black's pieces are all controlling the penetration squares. So it's one of those things where it looks quite nice, but if you're unable to develop any play, maybe all of a sudden your pieces are just shooting into space. What are they actually doing? Where do they land? And therefore, you might be subject to being a little wrong-footed in some sort of position. So yeah, it's very interesting.
And I think on average, Magnus would love to control the E file. Like, it can only help, and maybe it can create some tactics later. But I'm highlighting on the analysis board, black does have every square on the E file covered from E8 all the way up to E4. So it's a little bit difficult for white to make use of the E file currently. Going back to the game position, this move C6. C6, in my mind, makes me think that maybe Jan wants queen f6 going for the queen trade. He might be okay with the draw here, feeling that he's slightly worse and doesn't want to get too ambitious, knowing that there's still 6 more games.
Yeah, and then he can play for a win the next time he has black. So he still, he'll have a hard task as white. Finding some drawing solution against the Marshall, but he'll have black again, and it'll be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he gets to play the Grunfeld or the Najdorf, I feel at some point he's got to go for it, right? As black.
It's a fascinating strategy, and I thought his black repertoire has been pretty impressive so far. I mean, in the sense of inviting a Nimzo, you get into this Catalan, and he played that energetic B5 move. And you'll have to remind me, I haven't looked at that game for some time now, but I felt that Magnus had some promising chances. Things didn't quite pan out for him, and then it got a little bit scary for him. I think he had to sack and exchange, the game that I'm referencing.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing that I noticed when doing a little preparation for this match, I was looking at some previous games and opening database stats. Magnus actually does better against E4 than against D4. But Jan does not play D4 very often. And then I was digging a little deeper into Magnus from the black side and seeing where does he struggle against D4. One of the lines that he hasn't done well against recently, including a match he had with Dubov, which I believe he lost, is the Catalan. And if you think of the similarities, the Catalan from the white side and the Grunfeld from the black side, Jan is a really good Grunfeld player. Maybe he should try something like the Catalan against Magnus. It would be a nice surprise weapon, I think.
Yeah, and it's interesting thinking about it from black's perspective when you say the Najdorf and the Grunfeld, and I think of how forcing those lines can be, and black has to be prepared for almost everything in the Grunfeld. Now even we see the H pawn, while H4 all of a sudden is becoming trendy even on the third move, which Magnus demonstrated a nice way to deal with that from the black side, I should add. But the Najdorf, it reminds me of a certain online course by a certain super GM that was advocating the Najdorf for black. Maybe it would last your entire life sort of repertoire, all your problems are solved. And I remember, I think it was it Nels Grandelius was playing the Swedish grandmaster. He was following this recommendation, and by no means am I trying to discredit the course. I mean, it's a lot of really good work there. But I reflect on it that one of the main lines, if you look at it, it was a recent game I think played last year. The Grandelius, 2600 GM, is following this recommendation. I think 20 moves deep or something. I can't remember exactly, but there's this point where basically the comment is, black is under a little bit of pressure, but black should hold pretty well. And then in the game and then in the press conference, Grandelius loses on the black side of the Najdorf. And White, his comment was something like, well, somehow, it's always a GM phrase, somehow.
Yeah.
Somehow there should be a draw here. I just can't quite see it. Mm-hmm. And was able to just grind his opponent down. So I look at the Najdorf, when you and I were kids, the razor sharp, incredibly aggressive chess, championed by Kasparov himself. And now I start wondering if I'm the age of Carlsen. You play D6, I can play the Rossolimo, and just try to torture you. And I just think that some of those lines become so forcing at times. How do you balance that? And even though you're a Najdorf player and a Gruenfeld player, well, I believe there's a certain Frenchman over 2,700 that can relate to that, right?
Yep.
And it's an interesting discussion. Like, do you play what you know, but your opponent also knows what you know? Yeah. And are you going to allow these really forcing lines? It's hard. A lot of questions, no answers from me.
And I wonder how Jan feels that their preparation compares. I don't know how much Jan prepared for the match, but I'm sure Magnus is really well prepared. So let's say Jan has his team right now working on the Marshall. Maybe he could surprise Magnus with the Marshall in a few games from now, right? Like, I'm not going to attack your Marshall right away. But now that we know you're going Marshall every time, I could send my team into the lab while we maybe have a couple games in something else, and I will work on getting the mainline Marshall down so that I can surprise you, Magnus. That's something to keep in mind, because let's say Jan goes for the mainline Marshall. That's going to be a little bit of a surprise to Magnus. He's like, oh, you've been avoiding it all match. Now do I second guess my own preparation? What do you have in store? So that'd be really interesting to see.
I see Safuya says they'd like to see a Rossolimo. Perhaps Magnus would like to see one as well. But on the other hand, he's been playing, a lot of D4 stuff. But yeah, and I guess, is this technically the Moscow, by the way? I mean, the Rossolimo and the Moscow are similar. I think Knight C6 is Rossolimo and D6 is Moscow, but you'll have to.
I think you're right. Me. Yeah, I think Knight C6, Bishop B5 is Rossolimo.
And could you show? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, D6 and Bishop B5 check Moscow.
But yeah, so that's what I was just saying, that Magnus has these lines that you're not going to quite get to that somehow you can hold this endgame variation I was referencing before. But maybe for the audience, it might be useful just to see, not that we'll go into Marshall theory, but what exactly is it that Jan's avoiding with the Marshall?
Yeah,
and then just so people know what we're talking about.
Okay, so we got Knight E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop to B5. I think they've been going this move order: A6, Bishop A4, Knight F6, Castle. And now the move that kind of signals that you're thinking about playing the Marshall is Bishop to E7. You don't push the D pawn up immediately. And I did play the Marshall for a short stretch from the black side. It was my main weapon. And it was really a lot of fun. I remember some games at the Chess Castle playing the Marshall gambit. So now, let's see. Let me know if I'm doing the move order wrong. I believe it's Rook E1, B5, so. Bishop B3, and Castle. Okay, so here, if D6 is played, they're not going for the Marshall. But if black castles, they have this idea to play D5 in one turn. And it happens after C3, D5. And the reason this is a gambit is because this E pawn is going to be attacked twice by the knight and rook. So the main line goes E takes, D5, knight takes, and white wins this pawn on E5. Now the line I used to play was kind of like the old line, and I forget, there was like a famous game in this line where it was knight to F6. It's kind of the older way of playing it, but the modern way is to play pawn to C6. And what happens is black gets both of these bishops on diagonals pointing to the white king side. And this knight is well placed on d5. The rook has to retreat somewhere. And this queen comes flying out. Right, so you can see black has all of these pieces going after the white king at the cost of one pawn. So this is what Magnus has kind of been showing that he's ready to play with his move order. And so far, instead of playing c3 on move 8, we've seen a4 by Jan and h3 by Jan. Both of those are called anti-Marshall systems, so he's not playing c3 and allowing that quick d5.
And notice that plays into this idea of peace tension, not resolving the tension early, entering these concrete lines. It's interesting. And I guess we have a question in the chat. So the last thing I'll say, then we'll get to an excellent question about, how you handle this, from a perspective, south of 2800. And be happy to answer that in a second. But just, I just think about your point about, will he allow the Marshall at some point? And it reminds me of Timur Rajabov when he was the surprise winner of the World Cup. I think, was it the finals he beat Ding? You're gonna have to help.
Oh, I don't remember.
I think he was playing Ding, Loren, and it was a Marshall. And Rajabov made a comment. He said, I'm sure the solution is on Ding's computer somewhere. He has the file. It's right there. But how do you access that exact line under the pressure of this World Cup knockout game, basically? And so I think there's an interesting point there that we have to keep that in the back of our minds, is that maybe Jan is going to try to figure out a line that might be difficult for Magnus to retrieve by memory, perhaps in some Marshall line. So anyway, I like that possible forecast.
Yeah, I really do hope we see a Marshall. That would be kind of fun. And maybe a couple more games in the Marshall. Like, they could really test each other in those lines.
Yeah. And Matt, we have a question. We're only on move 16. At my level, I would be looking at what is my best move, worst piece, etc. But are these guys calculating what the final endgame will look like? Can you shed any light on that? Yeah, excellent question.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Madluck. So we had in the game, had a couple extra moves.
Oh, yes.
Let's see. So 15, queen g5, c6. We had the straight on e8, followed by rook to e1. Yeah, so I think, one thing that I like to do is I try to envision different scenarios, right? Like, what if the queens come off? What if the rooks come off? Can I create anything with the pawn structure to create long-term weaknesses for my opponent? And I think that's definitely what these players are probably looking at as well, is what sort of positions can I get to where either I put pressure on my opponent, from Magnus's case, or from Jan's case, probably, can I just draw this position? Because I feel like he is a little bit worse here. So Magnus is probably trying to figure out, how do I apply the most pressure to Jan to get his position to crack? Oh, queen f6 played. There's the queen trade.
Yeah, Matt is the prophet today. He's been bishop d2, bishop b4. Just on fire today. It's wonderful. Yeah, queen f6.
So yeah, okay. So what would you play here as white to try to keep some play?
Great question.
Because black is almost castling by hand. He can't leave the defense of the bishop yet, but the king is essentially castled.
I kind of remember Spassky, and I saw Boris Spassky in chat today. I don't know if it's the Boris Spassky, but I remember studying some of his games as a kid, where the main theater of action, for example, is the king side, and then all of a sudden this pendulum swing over to the queen side. I'm just envisioning, my dream would be moving the queen to d2 and then go after the queen side, maybe try to provoke some weaknesses. But the thing about queen f6, though, is that it's also attacking the pawn on d4. So we have to think about that from a more concrete perspective.
I'm wondering if there's any tactics here. Could Magnus give up that d pawn somehow? There's not quite a discovered attack on the queen, but it's close.
Yes. Yeah, I was dreaming of rook e8 and somehow getting the king to the light square and having a discovered check.
Yeah.
But not yet.
And I was also thinking, if that f pawn weren't on f6 or the c pawn wasn't there, you could play
Yes.
like bishop b5, sack the queen, and rook to e8, mate, if the bishop was guarding the rook.
So now we know why he didn't play f6 like we were analyzing.
Yeah, right. He might have been thinking of these lines. Okay, so
A good point.
queen trade offered, and the d4 pawn is attacked. The only way to really defend and not lose and not trade queens is queen to e3. Or rook e5, I guess. Or queen e5. Maybe queen to e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a great question. How do we react to this queen f6?
Because I agree with you. The first thing I would want to do is keep my queen active. I would love to play a move like queen to g3 if I knew I could safely give up the d4 pawn and get a lot of play, like queen to b8 or something after.
We don't want to blunder a horizontal move like queen d6,
right? Right, yeah, that was my first thought. I wanted queen d6 with the rook cards.
Same here, that's why. So queen, yeah, this is interesting.
Because queen b8, I think rook e6 probably has to be played. Oh, Magnus has to watch the back rank. Otherwise, I would be looking at rook takes rook, pawn takes bishop g6. And the e8 bishop is in trouble.
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I'm going back to the game position. But that's what I want to do, is I want to figure out if there's a way, like you said, keep the queen active for white. Try to maneuver into black's position.
And I think one thing to answer that, as we're trying to struggle to find a clear path for white, and there's some interesting ideas, I think it's worth knowing that, Magnus always has the opportunity to more or less bail out here, right? That if the queens disappear, can you reasonably expect black to be pressing? I don't think so. So that might calm one's nerves under this sort of pressure, which is, okay, worst case scenario, if I don't find anything, I'm willing, I can swap queens and get ready to press with black and my anti-marshal tomorrow. Is it a rest day tomorrow, by the way?
Yeah, I think tomorrow finally is a rest day.
So they get a rest day, which, okay, so that's good news for Jan. They can really reflect upon the final stretch here, assuming there isn't some incredible result here, which we don't want to call this game too early by any means. And Magnus is deciding, can I press in any way? And I think by process of elimination, trading the queens immediately doesn't make a lot of sense here. Queen e5, though, I thought has a lot of merit. Trade on your terms. The rook on h.
Pawn or rook?
Ooh. Well, if you take with the pawn, how does that?
I suppose that allows black to get that d pawn off of a light square, like c5 and d4 for black.
Exactly.
And if rook takes, I'm thinking rook e6 would come.
Exactly.
So what are your thoughts on this endgame? If we just have bishop and pawns, and white's bishop is a little bit better, I mean, at the super jam level, do you think that's just a draw, or do you think Magnus can create chances because he can try to maneuver the king in on the dark squares?
I mean, we definitely saw, vintage Magnus, showing us that incredible magic in that end game. But I think part of the reason he was able to do that was the imbalance of, the piece dynamics, right? I mean, because Jan was having to defend with his queen against the coordinated knight rook and some passed pawns, right? And there was always that piece imbalance that allowed Magnus to maybe emphasize there's chances here, and I'm going to keep asking my opponent questions with the clock ticking, and they have to keep answering accurately. And once I start asking you those questions going into, say, the 7th, 8th hour of play, the interrogation is very difficult to survive against Magnus. But this sort of position, I mean, it would be very hard for me to believe that Magnus would be able to come up with some magic. Queen e3, okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. That he doesn't have enough imbalances in this with the queen trade. So we're going to say queen e3 makes sense?
Makes good sense.
And you know what I like about it? Magnus has time here. Take the one move, defend the pawn, and then figure out where maybe queen g3 or queen d2 gets played later. You could play pawn c3, defend this d pawn, and then move the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus has time here.
Exactly. I mean, there doesn't feel to be any significant risk to playing this way. If you're Jan, though, I mean, do you start thinking about... I was just dreaming of, like, does he play bishop d7, and then can you come up with crazy thoughts like g5 or something? But it's... I'm a recovering French defense player.
I knew you were thinking g5, Dane.
Hi, my name is Dane, and I'm a French defense player. I'm drinking my coffee. I'm like I said, I'm in openings rehab. I've been looking at the Caro-Kann a little bit, and I know you have a course on that. And
it's a good choice. It's Caro-Kann. I mean, Caro-Kann would be kind of refreshing from a French player's point of view. Keep that c8 bishop free. So this threatens the immediate queen takes e8 checkmate. We can't forget that. So
right.
I mean, bishop d7 essentially looks forced to me. Otherwise, queen
right.
d8's the only other move, and I just don't see queen d8 being played. This feels
one thing that was really interesting. I was observing Jan in a previous situation where so he does play bishop d7, but notice he didn't play it automatically. Mm-hmm. Even though, I remember seeing a situation where it was something like there was a capture or some obvious move for Jan to play. Like, especially when we're playing online blitz or something, they capture a piece and just, okay, I'm taking back. And it's one of those cases where there's no in-between moves. There's nothing fancy. It's like, this is the only move to play. But when Jan sat down, because Magnus had made the move while Jan was stretching his legs, he sat down, he looked at the board, didn't even try to reach for the move or the piece, and just wrote the move down. I saw him kind of exhale. And I think that was part of his training when you talk about it, preparation for this match, is that one criticism of Jan's exceptional play is sometimes he plays a little too quickly, maybe a little bit knee-jerk reactions here and there. And that was a big criticism before the candidates. And I think he's done a lot to work on that. So even in a position where there's only one move and it's obvious, he took a moment to sort of kind of immerse himself in the position again.
That's really good insight. Yeah, I think he must be training his time management, because like you said, that's been a known weakness. He'll blitz out moves, or sometimes I think he's known for really long thinks in odd spots too. And when you play moves too quickly, that's when you tend to make blunders. So yeah, that's a really good point. Like, he spent almost a minute, I think, on bishop d7, even though we're probably both looking at it thinking, oh, it's forced. Yeah, he spent 50 seconds on bishop d7.
Maybe he was away from the board, but even so, I was able to see him in action. Where a similar case where, I don't see the camera now, but I would be curious to see, like, was he at the board? Did he take a moment?
Yeah, I mean, he probably took a little time, because the rooms, like Ben was saying, are just right next to the playing hall, and they do have cameras in their rooms, so they can see when the opponent moves. So bishop d7. Okay, so what do we do from Magnus's point of view? How do we create this extra pressure that we keep talking about? I mean, I use the word pressure all the time, and I feel like you and I, Dane, have that similar style, right? Like, if we're playing this game against, let's say, a 2000 player, we're looking to win here, right? We got to figure out
absolutely.
How. Okay, h3.
And regarding that question, you played it. Whoa.
h3.
Huh. What is going on here?
Were you going to mention Blue Donkey's question? Any analysis bar?
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just thinking about the question of, how do you orient yourself in these positions, and then your point about if you're the higher rated player and you're expecting to win, and you're going to continue to pressure your opponent. Like, would you be playing h3 here against a 2000? Like, is that on your radar? Like, to me, that's a very surprising move. Like, it indicates my lack of understanding. But if I knew my opponent was, say, 1600 and they are playing white and they're playing a great game up to this point, when I see h3, I'd say, okay, the 1600 has arrived. Unnecessary weakness. They're giving me a possible hook. You don't have to ask me once to engineer a g5 idea in g4. So, but with Magnus playing h3, we need to pause. And, what am I not properly understanding here?
Yeah, I feel like there's either one of two reasons to play h3 here, because I agree with you. It's surprising, and it gives that hook. If, Jan plays g5 and g4, just to kind of explain. The g pawn is threatening to take the h pawn, exposing the white king, and the d7 bishop also hits h3. Right, so that's something that Magnus obviously knows when he plays h3. So what I'm wondering is the idea of h3 to just cover his back rank, and maybe he figures g5 is just a bad move, or is the idea of h3 to encourage g5 because he feels he has an advantage in that type of dynamic position, whereas maybe in the current position he doesn't really think he has enough? Because to me the first move that comes to mind is c3. Let's just defend the d pawn, and then let's try to get the queen to g3 or somehow sneak her into black's position. But playing h3, he's got something in mind here. What do you think?
No, I'm fascinated here. Because I was going to say, it's one of those funny things. Like if you're in the middle of a lesson here and you're waiting for Magnus's move, and if we were asked the question, what do you do in this precise position? It's like, well, if you don't know what to do as white, don't push a pawn, don't change the structure. So I was even envisioning moving the light squared bishop and then opening maybe a queen a3 check option or something. So I was looking at could you play either bishop e2 to f3 or bishop f1, like a more Karpovian sort of approach. Because you can correct that bishop. Maybe f1 feels more natural, but it was some move. And that idea of shifting the emphasis to the queen side.
And there's your horizontal move too. That's
sneaking
the queen over. And queen could go to b3, queen go to a3. Like let's say queen d6 was played after bishop f1. We could play queen to b3 and poke at the pawns that way. And if
ask some questions, but yeah.
And if the black queen retreats off the diagonal, then black's probably in trouble because queen checks on the diagonal. Oh, we see h4 by Jan. Also,
and that was the other thing about this this h3 move is he looking at it from the perspective of, provoking Jan forward, which is if you came into this game and you're playing h5, you're feeling the pressure that you're one game behind. You're trying to mix things up a bit. So I'm just wondering if there's some psychology here, like you were saying, that Magnus is evaluating that this berserker strategy of just, throwing all the pawns up the board might not be in Jan's best interest. But if Jan is still trying to create some problems, I mean, it's quite double-edged. So I still haven't answered h3, by the way, why h3 is played. I'm still thinking about that. But h4 seems to, number one, stop your queen g3 point. And that might have been a point behind h3 is extend that diagonal if there's some situation where the queen needed to move to h2. Seems unlikely. I think your back rank point is more likely to be the case, just relieving some back rank pressure. But now with h5 to h4, there's no longer a pawn on h5. Is there any thought about moving the rook to h5 someday?
That's what I was wondering too. Rook h5 can come over to g5, get on the g file. Or maybe even try to get bishop f5 in if black gets the king to safety first. Because I'm wondering if Magnus thought h4 was coming anyways, right? So like let's say Magnus doesn't play h3. Maybe he felt h4 was coming anyways by Jan, and he wanted to prevent that. We see c4 by Magnus. Okay.
Wow. We have a game.
Yes. So now this is kind of like what we were talking about with trying to create enough weaknesses.
Wow.
If Magnus is able to play c takes d, so let's just give black a random move, king g8.
Sure.
Let's say c takes d, c takes d. Now we see d5 is a weakness on a light square, perfect for that d3 bishop long term.
Mm-hmm.
And this creates some extra chances for Magnus. Maybe he just puts that bishop back on c2, real calm, and the bishop could come to b3, or Magnus could try to use the c file. It really opens up some new options for him.
Absolutely. And then if we take on c4, if black, and this is another tension point, do you relieve the tension? Do you take on c4? You claim, okay, white has an isolated queen pawn, but there's a lot of pressure again on now the f7 square. The bishop's looking quite active. If my rook could assume the identity of a knight and move to f3, I would be quite nervous. And that could be a long-term problem. And yeah, I don't expect a quick response from Jan, let's put it that way.
I agree. And there's queen a3 check again,
And there's our
the
queen
d takes
a3.
c line.
Exactly.
Wow, I like this move a lot. c4 wasn't even really on my radar. I think that's maybe why he did h3. He just said, I'm going to shore up this back rank. I'm not going to play a move like c3, which is a little bit more passive. And he's playing to add pressure with c4.
Wow.
Yeah, how does Jan react? That's a really difficult move to meet, isn't it? c4.
Okay, so one thought, I'm just deciding. So if I'm looking at the queen and the bishop, they have important roles dealing with this pressure. The rook on h6, however, I'm not so sure is ideally placed. Could I play rook h5 here?
Yeah, this might be good timing for that. I had this idea earlier, and rook h5 makes it tempting. Can I play bishop to e2 after rook h5 and try to get my bishop to g4, distracting your bishop from the defensive e8?
So now earlier you mentioned trading queens. If black can trade queens, we seem to think that maybe black is doing okay. Is queen g5 an option? No, sorry, I'm hallucinating. I was looking at the wrong diagonal.
Okay.
No, I'm not recommending sacking. Sorry, for some reason I was looking at the light squared bishop, thinking it was guarding, hitting g2. So yeah, never mind. Yeah, so bishop e2, intending f3.
We're intending bishop g4.
Oh, g4. Okay, I was thinking rook g5 here.
And then can I still go bishop g4?
Interesting. Because of the back rank. Okay, gotcha.
Even though I don't want to trade the good versus bad bishop, it's to create this back rank threat.
And now rook g5 is a careless move because of the pressure against the rook, and then you're threatening to trade, or just take d7 and mates in the air. So yeah, this is looking terrible. Okay, so good point.
And that was an idea that I sort of wanted anyways, this bishop to e2, but I felt like if Magnus did it too quickly, there was like an early queen e6 for black, just offering that quick queen trade, or maybe rook g6, and the timing might not work for Magnus.
Got it. Yeah, so this is quite venomous.
Dane, Magnus is doing it again. This is going to be a long one, I think. There's enough. c4 has changed my mind. Where's Hudson in the chat? c4 has been played.
Yes.
Dynamite on the board.
We'll get a refill of beverage after c4, of course, in a moment. But
yeah, anytime you want to do it, go ahead. It's fine.
Oh, I'm fine for now. But
okay.
I have a large mug here and coffee for now, and I have a big pot of coffee waiting as a resource. Wow.
Let's flip the analysis board for a second. Let's try to picture this from black side.
Yeah, great idea.
All right, so I like this rook h5 idea if we can make it work, but the immediate bishop e2 is a little hard to deal with.
And I've learned this lesson the hard way so many times, and yet I still recommend immediate rook h5s is, attacking and thinking about your positive chances without really recognizing your opponent has a say in this conversation. And Magnus has a tendency to be quite persuasive, especially in this position that it turns out, yeah, king safety is a problem. So rather than sometimes it's easy to sort of get this tunnel vision where you think, okay, if I'm black, how do I try to create counter pressure? Well, let's understand what Magnus is actually threatening before we start talking about, all of these dreams I have. It feels to me that rook h5 is something maybe I shouldn't be thinking about too much until I, properly understand how to deal with some of these threats.
And I think, players like hearing our thoughts on how we would think about this position during a game. So if you had this position as black, run me through some of the candidate moves you would think of from the black side, and then tell me what you feel like white would play, like even the obvious bad ones for black.
Oh, that's great. I mean, one thing that's so important when you're feeling a degree of pressure too in the position is okay, so there's this back rank problem. So if I played a move like king g8, does that help me? Well, now all of a sudden e8 is loose.
Immediate queen e8 check.
Good night.
Look at that.
So I'm just saying, like, that would be something that if I see rook h5, bishop e2, and I get a little nervous and say, oh, my king's in trouble, well, maybe I should move it to g8. It actually makes creates a serious problem. So I'm saying I look at this and start to get nervous about black's chances, where we're dealing with these mate threat problems, and then so that would crop into my head, and then okay, don't visit Blundertown. Here's queen e8, and I lose. If I'm in
g6 was another idea I had, but there's queen takes h6.
Yeah, I mean, what's always on my mind, of course, is to play g5, but here it feels not very appropriate.
Well, is there an immediate response to g5? One idea I had for Magnus, going back before g5, I kept looking at bishop to f5 as a tactic as well. Now that the back rank is covered, it's an odd-looking move. Bishop to f5 is another way to try to deflect the bishop, but I think after queen takes, the black king is able to run around to h7.
And I think and I don't have a great thought process here, Matt, I have to admit, especially when I'm under some pressure here as black. So when I would see a move like, so g5 would be in my mind, g6, king g8, blundering the mate, would then lead me to say, well, is bishop e6 a move as well? Like, before I plunge into like a specific line, I want to sort of survey the terrain and say, okay, what are my main concerns here? And it continues to be that active e-file, the king safety concerns. So that would be a candidate that would just pop in my head, just to say, okay, worst case scenario, can I stop some of this pressure by playing bishop e6? It feels a little awkward, but that would come to mind as well.
Well, you know what I like about bishop to e6? This is a sort of position that I see in one of the Caro-Kann lines that I like to play in the Panov-Botvinnik attack, where white will have pawns on d4 and c4, and oftentimes bishop to e6 is a good move because you take this tension that sort of favors white. When white has this extra option of pushing the c pawn, whereas the d5 pawn is stuck there, and you try to put the question immediately to that c4 pawn. So bishop e6 does that. Like, hey, we're threatening to take on c4. Do you want to do something with that pawn or play pawn to b3? So that's what I like about bishop to e6. It's a little more active and puts the question to that pawn on c4. And going back to our discussion on candidate moves for black, for viewers in the chat, when you guys are playing your games, you want to give your opponents these type of questions. You want to be the white side in this position and make moves like pawn to c4, where your opponent has, let's say, 8 moves that they look at, and 6 of them are obviously bad, 1 of them's uncomfortable, and maybe 1 is good, but they have to figure it all out. And the faster the time control gets, the even more effective this is, because it's really hard to see all the tactics.
That's a great point. I see Brett Russell, I think that's a member of the Poplar Bluff Chess Club. I don't know if you know this, Matt, but I recently moved to Missouri. I'm actually really close to Arkansas.
Okay.
So it's where my wife is from, and we just moved here in June. And so Brett just sent a message in the chat, and he said something that's important. He's sort of joking, but he's also like, well, I'm looking at bishop f5, which Matt was mentioning as a possibility. It's like, well, if I'm thinking this, obviously it can't be that good. But one thing when you're watching commentary, looking at games, it's so important to ask yourself, why not my move? What? So you say, well, I'm whatever my rating is, 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, whatever it may be. Well, I'm missing something. Well, that may be so, it may not be. But it's so important to, when you see an interesting idea, is to really, stick with it to understand it. And if it doesn't quite work out, well, that's okay. But that's kind of like, well, why not rook h5? Is my thinking. And then having Matt here, providing some good feedback regarding bishop e2, and then I overlook bishop g4, which is a very instructive point. And then so I was, willing to put that idea out there, and then it turns out, I'm not so sure, right? So if there isn't a clear answer to your move, feel free to certainly ask us. And as you're analyzing your own games, that's, in my opinion, the best way to learn, because but by not asking those questions, it really limits our chess understanding. I'll say one slight thing here, Matt, about I'm working on Yusupov's books, the 9-volume series. I thought I have to grow out a Yusupov beard here, to
Can you see
to
my
really...
can you see that book on the nightstand?
Oh, a green one. So that's
That's
one of the more advanced ones.
Yeah, that's the lowest. It's the first one in the green series.
Oh, okay, got it. And I was actually looking at a chapter on centralization, the very first book, and he has this game between Nimzovich and Vukovic, the Art of Attack author, right? And it's on centralization. And it just so happens that the way the game is described is it's as if Vukovic extends a professional courtesy to Nimzovich, and then in the future for Yusupov, which is there's this certain move that's played by Nimzovich threatening the back rank, and he has provoked the only defender, in this case the rook, to abandon the back rank. So there's kind of a moment with Brett where I was thinking about this, is that I asked, well, why can't Vukovic just play rook e8 and move his rook back to the back rank and not allow this attack that's about to ensue? And sure enough, I turned on the engine when I couldn't understand. It's important as a human, do your best to understand, put it in your own terms, make your conclusions, and then check with an engine, right? And the engine's like, yeah, black's fine. And it's just kind of an interesting point that it wasn't mentioned by Yusupov.
Yeah.
And it's a great book. I don't mean by any disrespect to it. I love the series, but if you don't ask those questions, I would have missed a really important point, which is you can play rook e8, and maybe black should have in that particular case.
And I see Brett's saying, thanks for the feedback. And would bishop f5 work for white then? So very good, Brett. I was actually thinking we should probably show exactly what we were talking about on the board, because I think we glossed over it kind of quickly.
Sure.
Okay, yes. So I'm going to give black a6. It's just passing, so that we can look at bishop f5. If bishop takes f5, there is this queen to e8 mate. So that's the idea. And in this position, almost every move here looks a little uncomfortable for black, except one. And if you can't find a refutation over the board, like Dane said, then you can always toggle on the engine to try to figure out what am I missing, or maybe I'm not missing anything at all, and maybe bishop f5 is the best move. But let's say black plays queen takes f5. If we go down this line a little deeper, queen e7 check, king to g8, we see that the black queen defends the bishop on d7, so white can't win the bishop back. And queen to d8 check, black is fortunate to have this escape square, king to h7, and then in the end, black is still up the bishop. So I think this deflection idea is definitely something Magnus is looking at. Can I deflect the bishop on d7? But the immediate bishop f5 just doesn't quite work tactically.
And if we can leave the bishop on f5 just for a moment, I think you hit another instructive point that's so useful to keep in mind, is when you see the move bishop f5 as black, and you look at bishop takes f5 and you realize you're blundering mate, it's really easy to get into a defensive mindset and say, oh, I can't take that bishop without allowing mate, so therefore I'm going to look at moves like queen d8, and you start entering passivity, where Matt is not jumping tracks and saying, checking that assumption. Is that the case? I can't take that bishop. And then once he found queen f5, that liberated us from the sort of passive reactionary thinking. So I just wanted to add that as a important tip, I think.
And it didn't jump out at me right away, the queen takes f5 idea. You have to go down a few lines to figure that out. Because your first instinct is bishop takes, second instinct queen d8, maybe third option is queen takes f5. And we see.
So Jan is blasting open the position with dc4.
All right.
After quite a think.
So c4, dc4, bishop takes c4. Do we want to still look at this from Jan's point of view, since he's the one thinking again?
I think so. I think this is really helpful to understand some of the psychology, and obviously once Magnus is on the prowl and starting to create this this pressure, and it's Magnus' move, maybe we can flip. Hopefully there's no motion sickness here from the audience if we flip the board here and there. But yeah. I really like this approach, Matt. It's very useful, I think.
I want to go back and touch on your point again about exploring lines on your own. This is something that I've really started to realize since working with some of the ChessGoals members in chess improvement. And I first realized it actually with Chessable. So back in the day, you and I probably had books for our openings, and maybe still, right? Use books quite often. Um, and you kind of trust the books, but like I know for myself, I would put a lot of my openings into ChessBase and take it more as almost like working in the lab, right? Put down the lines the author says, but then maybe I see something in a game or have a question, and I would just play around in ChessBase and create these database files. But now a lot of people use Chessable, I find. It's really popular.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Chessable that I have is a lot of the courses are very deep, right? So you can spend hundreds of hours learning all these lines that you never look at. But then as soon as your opponent makes a move that's a little bit off from the course, you don't have a good understanding of the position. So one thing that I've kind of been mentioning to ChessGoals members is you really want to develop the skill of asking questions, right? So like, you know JD Cannon, he's very active with like our opening courses, and he's always asking questions, and he puts them in the Discord, and I think it sets a good example where he will say like, why this move instead of this move? Or he'll even just maybe flat out show the answer. Like, hey, this move looked good, but the reason it doesn't work is because this, this, and this. And that's what you guys should do for yourself for chess improvement, not only in the openings, but also when you're reviewing master games, watching a game live like this, or reviewing your own games, right? You play a game, go back afterwards and really try to figure out like, oh, what would I have done if my opponent played that one move that looked really strong? Or what could I have improved on and what points? And why is that an improvement, right? Just that exploratory nature and being very curious about positions, I think can really go a long ways.
No, I think it's excellent. And it's funny, you talked about me as a knight f3 player. You know, I could take a moment to show a terrible line. We have black on the bottom, which is perfect. But I went to Kings Island.
Let's show it.
Thunder Chess territory. Jay Holds from Cincinnati, Ohio. And I was watching, I think was his name Dmitry Berkovich? Is that the name? I think he's an IM. And he was possibly playing Jonathan Hilton. And I apologize if I have those details wrong, but Jonathan Hilton was one of the authors of Wojo's Weapons. And he plays the knight f3 c4 stuff. And we talk about understanding. Now, I'm going to show something radical. And if you play this way, you know, I might sort of block your own chess goals. And I wouldn't fully endorse this, but it goes into the point about understanding a position. So I was looking at this. So black, Berkovich played, and I know there's a move played b5, so I'll be pretty quick. Berkovich played e6. And so he's an IM. He's playing a 2200 or 2250. So he plays e6. C4 is played as white. And then black, you guessed it, Matt, played g5. This is played at g5. And this was played at Kings Island. So it wasn't a blitz game. It's a classical game. And he won the game, which maybe not because of the opening. But when I look at this position, and obviously I don't recommend it, and it's quite radical, but it's an interesting thought, which is to say, is white really, isn't occupying the center? You're not necessarily too far behind in development. You can play bishop g7 or something. I know it's radical, you're weakening your king side, but it's a different way to look at the position. And even if you don't want to play this as black, and I don't endorse it, it made me think a little bit. So I played Kevin Wasilek in a tournament in Okoboji, Iowa, and he's a FIDE master. And Wasilek is a control player, and I'm in control. I'm this tank, and he's going to march forward. Yes. And trust me, I've been crushed by Wasilek plenty of times. But the game against Wasilek, if I remember correctly, he played d4, which is just a normal move in this position. I played. Let me remember this correctly. I believe it was my pawn's hanging, so I played g4.
95.
95. I played h5, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, but the point is, I'm just going to show you position. I think he played e4. I don't remember, or he may have played knight c3, one of those moves. Either way, I played bishop g7. He played knight c3. And then I played d6.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not, and my point is that, regarding, trying to memorize openings, and obviously this opening I then tried against Sean Nagel and he just destroyed me. I think he just moved his knight back to G1 and said, I'll give you G5, G4 for free. Your position's ridiculous. And he just destroyed me. But my point is, against Wasilek, it was something like this where I won a pawn.
Wow. So like knight D3,
Knight D3, bishop D4.
Yeah.
And then I failed to win, by the way. I ended up drawing or something. But my point, though, or at your point about not studying these openings in the sense of just trying to memorize as opposed to understanding what's going on here. So Berkovich and I am playing this. Okay, he knew he was playing a lower rated opponent, but there was some point to what he was playing. It wasn't just like play this and resign, And against a FIDE master in a classical game, he played normal moves in an irregular position, and he was down a pawn, within the first 6 moves. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that observation, and disclaimer, definitely not recommending E6 G5, but just wanted to give an example of understanding a position and trying to look at it from a more objective lens, in the sense of, does this move have a right to exist? Is there a forced win for white? And sure enough, I was able to hold my own.
And that's a way you can take your openings to the next level as well, right? You have an opening repertoire. You can find these little ideas and surprise your opponents. Like super GMs have a whole list of ideas in their mind of little surprises that they can play in their games. You can do that as well, especially if your opponent knows you and you know them and you know what they play, right? So if Dane and I have been playing all the time at the local club, we both know what the other is going to do. Go in and explore. Find one of these early G5 ideas and throw that out at your opponent. And if you've explored it long enough, you'll really understand the position. And when your opponent sees it over the board, they may blunder a pawn, like in that game that Dane was showing, or just get into something that's very uncomfortable and start burning all their time. It's a really effective strategy, and it improves your chess too. Okay, we have a question in the chat. Is this a straight up blunder? Queen A3 check by Magnus. Attacking the A pawn, which also attacks the bishop in the end.
Great question.
So I think if black wants to try to retain the... Oh, this is tough.
So one thing when your opponent attacks the bishop with B5, so if I'm white, if I'm thinking of it as black, I play B5, I attack your bishop, and you ignore me because you have a forcing move and you create this counterattack, Queen A3 check. At the end of the day, my threat still exists. That bishop is still in some pressure. So one thing I would be thinking about, and we'd have to calculate the details to see if it works, but I would at least think about King G8, allow you to take the pawn on A7, and then play something like Bishop H3. Like, we have to calculate that. I might be blundering.
Oh, yeah.
But
that, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to say my attack still exists on C4. It's not going away just yet. Can I get away with this approach?
Yeah, it allows you to be a little creative and search for other moves. So there it is. Great question, Jeff. Birdsell says, holy cow, Jay Olson is on to something. Oh, no. I'm looking at the Lee Chess live chat. Everyone's saying GG, 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 GG. It's all GGs in the chat. Nepo is dead. GG, GG, GG.
Really? And we're not, using an engine, obviously, with our analysis, but it might be worth checking to see if we're, after we make our own conclusions, if we're missing just some obvious thing.
Right. Okay, so I want to look at this line. King G8, Queen takes A7, Bishop takes H3. So the F7 pawn is double attacked by white, and there's Rook E8 check available.
That looks very scary.
And the bishop can come back to D3 check, but Nepo can always play bishop back to F5. Unless all the GGs mean like the evals 1.0 or something like that. Wins a pawn.
No, I appreciate you taking the time to look at these lines without, turning the engine on. Okay, here's our answer, right? Because I think it's quite important, and it's a great way to train, to look at these positions and what are we missing? I mean, I know this looks really dicey for black, but can I play this way and survive? Maybe not against Magnus, but we'll see. So what are we missing some sort of knockout?
I feel like we are. I bet there is something here. Queen takes f7 check. Very interesting.
Uh-huh. So if I take on f7, there's rook e8. Is that what we're...
Mm-hmm. King h7, bishop takes f7. So we're on the bishop on h3, up a pawn. And there's a couple targets on the queenside light squares. So I don't know if this is... I don't think this is like a forced checkmate blunder. I feel like this is a blundered a pawn and going into a really bad endgame that will probably be a loss type blunder.
Yeah, so let's resurface and see after queen a3. This is interesting.
Okay. We could look at queen d6 as well to block the check.
Mm-hmm.
But now queen takes a7, threatening back rank mate.
And that's a problem.
Ooh. And d4 is defended by the queen, the white queen. So there'll be time to move the bishop.
Okay, so worst case scenario, are we immediately losing after like bishop e6 or something? Like just evaluate that ending, queen d6. When you're saying take queen d6, queen a7, bishop e6, like is this going to be like a very easy, like just endgame loss?
My feeling is yes, because Magnus doesn't have to take e6 right away. So he could insert like queen a8 check, king e7.
Yeah.
And maybe even something like...
pinning the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, do you play d5 here, or... Because if queens and rooks come off the board, just king and pawn endgame, that should be a win for white, as long as you can guard the d pawn.
Right. So I'm hoping I can somehow keep the queens on. So if d5, can I take the bishop with, bc4, rook e6, and see if I have anything.
Past a pawn in this line.
I mean, we're definitely quickly coming to the conclusion that this isn't a pleasant position for black, to say the least.
But yeah, this is what we have to figure out. Which lines are forced wins for white?
Because also you talked about the stronger player trying to find chances, right? Trying to grind down an opponent. But, you've certainly been, you've had your fair share of games where, especially like you said, you're one of the top players in your area. You said there's maybe one other master. So you're playing someone who's an 1800. Well, they can play chess. Mm-hmm. I've played Kevin Gosted and have been in horrible positions against him and should have lost multiple games. Very nice guy from the Rochester area.
Yeah.
And my point is, you're playing Kevin, he's playing this against you, now you got to minimize the damage. And obviously this is a much higher level than you and I playing at the club, but I'm just saying as an example, how do you recover from this?
Well,
maybe
here's a concrete line we could look at. So I'm in this variation with queen d6, queen takes a7, bishop e6. What if I take e6? If rook takes back, take again, rook takes e6. And if queen takes, I have queen to b8 check. King e7, queen to e5, forcing the queen trade. If queen takes, pawn takes, can I get away with, maybe black does win the pawn, but I was trying to simplify into a winning king and pawn endgame.
Exactly.
Black might just be in time in this line, unfortunately.
And then king f5 just in time.
Unless white can play, get the a pawn rolling. But yeah, I think black is doing okay here. Sorry guys, the line didn't quite work. I thought white was just in time to guard f4.
But this is excellent. Like we're just trying to find, is there a concrete way for white to just liquidate into a winning ending? So now we're getting into that territory where we're trying to find just forcing ways to enter, because when you think about, I've heard this so many times, which is like working with students, why should I spend any time on the end game? My games are not decided in the end game typically. And there's some truth to the idea of, working on tactical, vision, avoiding, collapsing. But these are those examples where you can start forecasting these potential opportunities to liquidate into a favorable, concrete ending, like a king and pawn ending. And so I think it's quite valuable what you're showing here, that we're looking at those lines.
I have a tactical idea.
Mm-hmm.
Queen a8 check. King e7. Bishop takes b5. Pawn takes b5. Pawn to d5.
Okay.
Creating a potential passed pawn on the a file in a situation where I'm still going to try to trade off all the major pieces, all the big pieces.
Oof. Unfriendly intentions. Let's see. So I was looking at like a queen b4 hitting the rook, but then we have to think about queen a7 check. And is there anything else going on after? There could be other moves, of course, well, maybe queen, it doesn't make as much sense then. Could I play king f6 there? So maybe you can't play that checks too quickly.
Yeah, I got to be careful with that rook. You're right. Unless I can play rook e2.
Mm-hmm.
This might be too fancy, but I'm still trying to find those ideas where we can liquefy everything and be up a pawn.
Pleasant, to say the least. Queen d4, is it?
Oh, threatening queen d1 check. Nice. Very nice. Queen a3. You can block with pawn. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, maybe this doesn't quite work. All right, let's go back to the game position. So, oh, king g8 was played. Okay.
All right. Welcome to the jungle. Here we go.
Jacob Jensen says, everyone on Reddit chess is screaming blunder, lol. Birdsell says, look at the eval. Wow. And Jacob asks, do you think fatigue is a factor since they haven't had a rest day since they played that 7+ hour game? I would say yes, definitely. Fatigue is probably a factor.
And also the unpleasant memory. Because I would have this feeling sometimes when, growing up, I would always have issues playing Andrew Tang. And certainly it became more complicated when a difficult task as he's, IM, GM, But I would have this feeling sometimes against Andrew, even when he was a master, and then as an IM, I would get really nice positions against him. And all of a sudden he would just quite resourcefully turn the tables on me. And once, even if the position suddenly became equal or I wasn't terribly worried about the position, in the back of my mind, I had memories of other previous Andrew Tang games where he would just grind me down in some position that I like, the Stonewall Dutch. It's like, you can't breach my wall, Yeah. And he did over and over. And I say this because regarding the question about fatigue, I would also wonder if there's psychological fatigue, which is, it looked like I was drifting toward equality. Maybe there wasn't much going on, but in the back of my head, there's that marathon game where Magnus is going to squeeze you like a boa constrictor. And now I just think psychologically thinking, here we go again. And maybe here he's even recognizing he's overlooked something on top of it. I don't know, but I just wanted to add the thought of psychological fatigue, knowing what lies ahead potentially with Magnus's torturous endgame skills.
I think you're right. I think all of the top players feel that with Magnus because I believe it was Fabiano who mentioned, a lot of these top players reach drawn positions and they kind of just agree to a draw. And Magnus has this extra gear, and you know it when you're playing Magnus, right? So we go back to move 15 or so. We felt this position was very close to equal, right? Complete symmetry in the pawns, all the pieces are the same. And the only differences seem very minor. You know, like
Yeah.
a misplaced rook on h6, a slightly better bishop and queen for Magnus. But you're playing in Jan's shoes, and you remember 2 days ago when you thought you were doing well, even in the middle or early middle game, thought you were equal for a long time and just got ground down. And now you're having flashbacks to that while your clock is ticking.
Exactly.
I think we're going to see your bishop takes h3 line after queen a7.
Just go for it. Yeah.
Let's look at this. Bishop takes h3. Okay, so I had mentioned queen takes f7 check, but do we think that's the best move for white?
And I'm just trying to think of moves that maybe you and I would be considering during a game, maybe not at the World Championship level, but I would also be wondering as white. Well, when I initially recommended bishop h3, I was worried about bishop d3 at some moment, but with bishop returning to f5, maybe this isn't so scary. But I was just envisioning either now or, what are we getting from this? I'm not so sure as white.
Yeah, and I was kind of going down the same path. Like, can we start bishop d3 or check followed by bishop to d3? But in both cases, bishop f5 was a nice reply.
And that g6 square is so important because if somehow you didn't have access, there could be a rook e8, and then the queen joins on the 8th rank, and you have to look out for like a rook h8 problem. But I feel like I'm holding there.
Yeah.
With the g6 escape square.
I think you're right.
So,
and I don't think Magnus wants to play g takes h3 with rook and queen on the board, right? You really don't want your king that exposed on the g file.
Agreed.
Like, let's say bishop takes b5. I think Jan might just take that bishop back and say, all right, you can take on h3 to regain your piece, but I have queen and rook almost ready to checkmate you. It's probably close to forced.
Yes.
But with that said, it wouldn't surprise me if Magnus calculated that this worked and like tried to hide his king on f1, knowing that the queen guards d5 and he's still up the one pawn. Now, these guys can calculate deep enough that they're not afraid just because something looks scary. If it's concrete.
Good point.
And bishop takes b5 grabs an extra pawn. And it just says, all right, I'm going to keep munching pawns. Bishop takes g2 could be played, maybe.
Yeah, keep the dance in the air. The desperado bishops dueling.
But now there's no bishop f5. Like, what if bishop goes back to d3, threatening mate? Threatening mate and still threatening the g2 bishop.
Mm-hmm. So okay. So can I play rook g6? Is there enough play there, or am I...
All right, I want to try queen b8 check.
Right.
King h7. Take the rook.
Yep.
Queen takes. And my idea is, can I hide the king on h2 somehow? Maybe king h2 right away, with the queen on the diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to play rook g1, I guess, if the bishop moves.
Right. So I have to attack you on the light squares. That seems quite clear. So can I play queen g4?
Oh, yeah, queen g4. Okay. I did not see queen g4. What about rook e3?
Mm-hmm. And then can I bring the bishop back to... Where do I move the bishop? F3 or D5? Any problem with bishop F3?
I don't have any queen checks. And rook takes F3. Your queen sits really nicely, and then hitting F2.
Hmm. So how did we assess your capture on f7 to compare it to this sort of position, by the way?
Oh yeah, I don't remember the. Okay,
Because I don't know if we really created it looked pretty interesting. I think we were just still shell shocked from this line and trying to figure out what's going on.
okay, so let's say queen takes. We'll look at this first. Rook e8, king h7, bishop takes f7. So in the end, we're threatening to take the bishop back on h3.
Yep.
We are up one pawn. And the queenside pawns for black are on light squares, which matches the color of the light square bishops. And there's no rook g6.
Mm-hmm.
So in a game, my feeling is, if I were playing this in an OTB game, my feeling is I have good winning chances here as white. I really like the imbalances in the extra pawn.
Right. So let's say black plays what? Bishop f5. I mean, what are you playing here exactly? Where does that bishop belong?
I want my bishop on e8, I think, so maybe rook e5 first.
Mm-hmm.
Or get the a pawn going up the board would be nice, because currently the black rook is cut off from the queen side by the c pawn.
Good point about rook e5. So then you're envisioning, like, could there be a bishop e8 and a rook c5 and gaining up on that weakness?
Blockade that pawn.
So if I play, and what do we play here? Rook f6? Do we play bishop b? I was looking at crazy bishop b1, but I don't think that's a very good move. But rook f6 seems okay. I mean, not that I'm really thrilled about any of this stuff, but
yeah, maybe rook f6 and then go for some counterplay, like bishop to b1. Make that a pawn move.
And let me ask you this question: what if we play bishop b1 immediately? And it looks instead of rook f6. I wanted to understand something. Because the reason I ask is because in this position, when you play bishop e8 with my bishop on f5, I was dreaming of maybe playing rook. Oh, I think I might be blundering a pawn. I'm pretty good at that. I was trying to get rook d6 in to hit the isolated pawn, but then there's a rook h5 check. But I guess all of this is for future analysis because queen d8 was played, by the way.
All right.
But this is interesting.
Queen d8.
But I think it's fair to say whether we're missing a detail or two, the line you were suggesting there would be a Magnus delight. Mm-hmm. Okay, if this is the worst thing that's going to happen to white and white's going to get to torture him again, that seems quite promising. Queen d8, though.
You know what I don't like about this for Jan? He's just admitting that he blundered a pawn. I mean, Magnus has all of his same advantages from a few moves ago, but he won the a pawn for free. Like, he could even just move his bishop back to d3 and he's in a good position. Or to b3. We might see another win by Magnus. Jan's not able to win with black. What is going on?
Yeah, potential capitulation here. This is so if you lose you lose these games. I mean, it's now you're going into a rest day and down two games. If Magnus wins, it's a tall order to bounce back.
Oh, Thunder Chess Academy has a very good question, and maybe I'll see if you know the answer to this, Dane. Is there a way? So when I click on a piece, it shows me which moves are best.
I see.
And I don't actually ever pay attention to that, I have to admit.
It also depends on like is that a default setting regarding ChessBase's default engine? Or is it like if you have Stockfish 14, it's going to be Stockfish 14's opinion?
It might be something at a very low depth. I feel like there's a setting. Let's see, if I go into the settings, I wonder if that even shows on the screen. Hopefully not.
Because I remember having that problem, although I was at the time, and this was several years ago, I realized the engines might be having fun painting the board, but it's not too reliable. if a square happens to be green or orange or red. It wasn't always that helpful, but I do understand why that would be distracting and annoying.
I fixed it.
Perfect.
Great suggestion, Thunder.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
So now I click on a piece. Oh, I could put legal moves back on. I turned that off. Okay, legal moves. So now if I click a piece, they're all highlighted the same color. Okay, great. And bishop to b3 played by Magnus. Jay, you improved all future ChessGoals YouTube videos as well, because I use ChessPace all the time. And I really like that now they just all show the same color. So thank you for that.
That's awesome. Okay, bishop b3.
I'm not liking black's position. This looks terrible. This is not fun.
No. No, it's...
You know what this means? We're going to see a Marshall in the next game. Magnus is up 2-0. I mean, you got to go for something with white.
When I was watching Fabi, you know, the previous World Championship match, and they kept playing those Sveshnikovs, I kept thinking, when is C4 showing up?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I just think, you know, if you're... Because game 12, was that also a Sveshnikov? Did he... The one that Magnus could have won, but recognized that he had such an advantage in the tie breaks that he just... That'll be a trivia question for the audience. What was game 12 with Caruana Carlsen? I thought it was another Sveshnikov. Because I thought Caruana had white. Almost positive he did. And he had to win, psychologically speaking.
And then he was just like forced to draw out of it. I think, I vaguely remember that. Like he could have pressed, right?
Because Kramnik and there was some other really elite grandmaster that criticized Magnus. It's like, because he was winning objectively.
Mm-hmm.
But Carlsen understood, as did the world at the time, that, you know, Caruana's rapid and blitz skills, you know, are not as impressive as his incredible classical play. So Carlsen knew he, you know, statistically, I think, I mean, if you do a smarter chess prediction of the rapid games, I'm sure the tie breaks do not look good.
In 4 games, it reduces that likelihood of like a 1-game slip up. Four games are rapid.
But my point is that I remember in 2018 thinking, when is C4 showing up? And it was just Sveshnikov, where Caruana just kept trying to break the Sveshnikov with this early knight d5 idea. And he ended up getting some good positions, if I remember correctly. But anyway, I just think now that you have to change your attitude of the reverse Russian school of chess where, you know, draw with black, press with white. I felt Jan previous to this game was, you know, happy to hold his white and press his black. Now, all of a sudden, those white games are going to really matter, especially if he loses this game.
Yeah.
So do you shift gears and maybe you're right, you go into the Marshall, peer into the abyss a little bit.
It's hard at the top level. Like, does the Marshall, you know, I feel like you and I, right? If we're going to play a Marshall, it's going to be a bloodbath, most likely, right?
Yeah.
But with these guys, is a Marshall, Magnus has 50 moves of prep and some insane lines with forced draws and perpetual checks. Like, sometimes playing the riskiest gambits actually have these sort of bailout lines, fallback lines where they can force draws. Oh yeah, Ariel agrees with you about that game 12. Magnus played super solid on purpose.
Well, my question is, was that also a E4 game, and was it a Sicilian?
Jay says Lasker, Pelican, Sveshnikov variation.
Yeah, the Sveshnikov. Yeah, also known as the Lasker Pelican. So that to me is very difficult.
Can you still... OBS Studio reconnected. Okay, sorry guys, my computer blipped. Can you still hear me, Dane? Stream froze. Is it back? All good. Okay, I lost Dane though. Oh, you're back, Dane. My internet went down for a second, so everything started reconnecting. I think we're back though.
Your connection dropped, just like Jan's concentration for a moment. And Your connection may be back, but I'm not sure about Jan's chances here. But I guess what I was trying to say was that it surprised me that Caruana decided I wasn't having a lot of success with the Sveshnikov as white. He, you know, the team can't be very confident going into the tie breaks versus Carlsen. So let's play for a win. We have the white pieces. Let's go for it. And at least in that situation, he knew worst case scenario, it's if I'm able to draw, I have the rapids. Whereas Jan is in a situation where he has to battle just for the chance to get to the rapids potentially, especially if he loses this game, right? Then all of a sudden it's like, I need a miracle, string of a couple wins to get to a tiebreak or something. So what do you do in that situation as a team? Do you have, doomsday scenario preparation?
Yeah, almost like a 2-minute drill or something, right? Like, do you have an opening set where it's high risk, but maybe better winning chances? I like Safuya's comment in the chat. I think Magnus has only lost 2 games in World Championship matches, hasn't he? Seems very unlikely Jan will come back if he loses. So yeah, Magnus lost the 1 game to Karyakin in Classical. And was it 1 game only to Anand? I think that's right. I think one was like 2-0 Magnus in terms of wins, and one was 3-1, I want to say.
And then 2018 was 12 draws?
Yeah.
There's plenty of chess. The results were obviously not too impressive, 12 draws, but there's a lot of chess beneath the surface, including Fabi nearly beating Carlsen on the black side of a Petrov, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I believe there was a couple games where he was in trouble against Sergey and Vichy as well that ended up draws. But my feeling with Magnus is the way that players tend to beat Magnus is in very complicated positions, like very tactical positions where he's getting attacked. Because he doesn't get attacked very often.
And it's really complicated too, because Wesley So, one of your neighbors in Minnesota, he said something very interesting. I think it was during the recent U.S. Championship where Fabi, Wesley, and then Sam Sevian, I think they tied, if I remember correctly, and they played this tiebreak. And So beat Fabi. So Sevian then lost to Fabi. So the final matchup was So versus Sevian. And Sevian had to win, and he had the black pieces. And Wesley made a comment that he has a specific repertoire tailor-made to draw as white. And the way he said it was basically, you're either going to play the King's Indian or the Dutch against me. Those are your options to play for a win. If I'm remembering, I'm paraphrasing, but basically you're going to have to take significant risk. And I think because the Gruenfeld is so forcing, I don't think white has to agree to chaos in the Gruenfeld. On some of the lines, there seems to be some ways to control matters a bit. But just an interesting thought, though, that you have players at that level, like Wesley, which is, okay, here I am, U.S. Championship. If I draw, I win.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, now he plays D. So I should be more clear on this. His repertoire is based on D4. He has a draw with white repertoire with D4. And said,
switches the move order up, right? So it's kind of puts the opponent into a tough spot to play for a win.
So he's like, go ahead and play the modern. You get to play the King's Indian, or you get to play the Dutch. Good luck, Yeah. And that really emphasizes the sort of pressure under. So if you're in MVL who always plays the Gruenfeld, what happens if your opponent, wants to try to play it safe? And maybe or I have to admit, I'm not a very well-versed Gruenfeld player on either side. I try to sidestep theory, but if my understanding is correct, it feels like that's can be a very forcing line from white's perspective to say I can control the path of play this way much more than, say, a Leningrad Dutch or a King's Indian, for example.
I think you're right. And so they can go down the sharp lines against the Gruenfeld. He might have drawing weapons there. But there's also like the Gruenfeld lines where white just plays solid. And they don't take on D5. And black just ends up playing C6. And then you get this like symmetrical position, especially if white kingside fianchettos, And it's very similar to this game, where we had this like symmetrical Petrov, which is this very slight edge for white. You can do the same thing against the Grunfeld. So yeah, that's really interesting. And there's a new book out, Quality Chess by Axel Smith. I'm actually interested in purchasing it. I think it's called Street Smart Chess. Have you heard of that one?
I have.
And I looked at just the preview of it, and it's essentially he follows repertoires of players that play for specific results. And I'm very interested to kind of look at their opening repertoires.
Sounds like maybe a future study project. Sounds very good.
Yeah.
And then the end of that story, of course, is with is he plays d4. Sevian plays some kind of swampy, modern, line, starts hurling pawns at and so says, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good game, forces Sevian to take these risks that cannot be supported by the objective merits of the position.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so on the other hand, I think we have to be a little balanced to say that maybe declaring a premature death in this game might be a bit inappropriate. I mean, I think if Jan could somehow survive this game, and I don't think, I mean, I'm not looking at the evaluation with an engine, but I don't think he's dead lost here. I think it's going to be horrible to try to play this, and especially losing the pawn, right? I think he's on tilt, but if he can somehow hang on here, that could give him something to think about going to the rest day.
I like the comments in the chat. You guys are great. They're saying they kind of like our NM level analysis and talking about, theories of us playing over the board and things like that.
Well, I appreciate that because, I haven't been looking at too many of the broadcast options, but not just because I'm wearing a green pawn here, but I have to say Fabi's analysis has been incredible, quite insightful. Jay at Thunder Chess had mentioned Anand is analyzing without an engine, and he's liked a lot of his insights, and I think that's what is valuable here, because I've seen, let's just put it this way, I've seen other games, other commentary teams with super GMs added, and they're just rattling off lines as super GMs.
Yeah.
And it just feels like they're talking over the audience, like it's almost like a monologue or something.
All right, so let me try to analyze what I think of this Rook E4 move. Rook E4 I like a lot. So what it's doing is you're putting an extra defender on D4. That frees up the white queen to move. You're attacking the H5 pawn, which helps tie down the black queen to the defense of that H5 pawn. And it's also not easy for black to move the bishop, like let's say bishop to F5 hitting the rook, because queen takes F7 is immediately winning the game. So this Rook E4 move is very flexible, and Magnus is tying down all of Jan's pieces. And Jan doesn't want to play a move like G5, because that really exposes the king and probably will create an attack for Magnus. But what else does Jan do? Because I think Magnus now has future ideas of like queen to C5, shifting the queen over to the king side, and kind of playing on both flanks. It's really difficult for black. Yeah, they also like the lack of the eval bar, because I know sometimes in the broadcasts, like they'll have the eval bar going and they'll say a move, and you see that bar spike. And the commentators know that the move was wrong, and they have to make a decision. Do I just scrap that move, or we keep going with our thought process?
Well, maybe we'll, petition for tournaments where everyone has access to an eval bar while you're playing. But until that day, I think it's important to, to just be able to throw out these ideas together. And I really like the contributions from the chat here. And I feel like I'm gaining a lot just by discussing these ideas together.
Mm-hmm. I would love to play a tournament like that, by the way, just to try it. With the eval bar, like something's there, and then you get to think about it.
Wow, what a! And the other thing about the eval bar, and I mean the evaluation, the actual numbers and such things. I mean, how do we add a number to this position? And like imagine, and maybe we should flip the board again as Jan to briefly, just to look at this position and so you've miscalculated. You've stumbled, And you know what Magnus is able to do without an objective advantage. Right. Now he clearly has one. We don't need an eval bar to know that. Yermolinsky Road to Chess Improvement, one of my favorite books, always talks about hanging tough. How do we hang tough here as black? What do we need to do, or maybe specifically, what do we need to avoid? If you're black here, like how do you even start thinking in any optimistic terms?
I think the difference in the light squared bishops definitely favors Magnus. If we could get a scenario with just queen and pawns, or just rook and pawns, I could maybe see some drawing chances for Jan. In the right type of position. Like the queen has the ability to check a bunch. Rook against rook with just pawns on the board. Those can be drawish if it gets a scenario where both sides just keep capturing pawns. So I'm thinking bishop e6 is kind of a first move to look at. Can we offer this bishop trade and try to get to one of those scenarios?
And we talk about invisible moves here. The horizontal queen move, bishop f5, of course, would be desirable. But as you noted earlier, f7 would be hanging. There's that horizontal pattern again, where we're attacking the rook, and then all of a sudden this happens. But these are the ideas we have to throw out there, because if it works, black's looking for some kind of optimism. One of my favorite terms, Lasker described himself as a cheerful pessimist. I thought that was a great term. How can we be a cheerful pessimist in this position? And bishop e6, I think, answers that question, or attempts to answer that question, which is if we allow the bishop in our so-called dream scenario, the bishops and the rooks disappear. We have a pawn on e6. Can we hold that?
Yeah, because I agree with you. Bishop f5 was kind of the first thing I looked at. If it works, it's strong. Sorry, I had my wheels spinning on another line here. I was just trying to be creative for black. I was trying to think, what if black finds a timely c5, bishop c6 idea? Like, can we get that bishop on the long diagonal? It's really risky, but if he feels the position is close to losing, he might be trying to look for these dynamic chances. It's not quite working, I don't think, but
an excellent thing to keep in mind, as opposed to only looking for passive solutions, only looking for ways to be tortured and somehow survive the interrogation after hour 7, hour 8, as the case may be. Because c5, queen c5, you could at least mention rook c8, c6, and they're just things to at least think about. That's creative,
Yeah.
What I would want to do here is, as black too, and I don't know what your opinion is on this, Matt. I mean, should we look for activity first and say, let's go for broke in our mind and decide if we have counterplay? Okay, he played bishop e6, but my question was, do you look at bishop e6 first and say, look at the depressing line, so to speak, first?
Yeah.
Which is, okay, I have no chance of winning. I'm just trying to survive the monster here, and make it to the end of the movie, with my head. Do you look at that line first as sort of a worst case scenario, like how bad is this position, and then try to shift gears and look at your c5? Or do you do it the other way, which is look for a way to punch and then rely on this bishop e6? I'm just curious what your thoughts are, like how you would order your thinking there.
I'm a counter puncher first if I'm worse. I'm really bad at kind of sitting on a worse position. I get too antsy. I'm always looking to like play the g5 type of move, or bishop takes h3 and just blow it open, even if I know it's stockfish wise a bad idea. But here I see Jan is going with the solid option. So I think one thing that's nice to do is always look at both if you have the time. What's kind of the fallback option, especially when I'm the one pressing, doing something that's maybe a little bit risky and aggressive? Do I always have this sort of like fallback solid option if my calculation doesn't quite pan out? And I think from the defensive side, you want to kind of do the same thing. And here Jan's going for the very solid option. And he does get this scenario that we discussed, just queens on the board, one pawn up for Magnus. So he's got to be thinking, can I somehow get my queen down to that first rank, create some problems for the white king?
And what I also think is tough, and I mean, I don't think Magnus would be as vulnerable to the psychological thought, but when you have the Reddit group, blunder GG LOL as they see the eval, jump. And it's like, I've been on this position in this situation as white, where it's, you're better, you're going to grind the opponent, but in the back of your mind, there's a question like, am I going to win this?
Yeah.
Like, because sometimes I think lower rated players, once the levy breaks and all of a sudden, things are looking terrible for you, there's this attitude of just, everything's hopeless. But if you're able to recover psychologically and remember your opponent, and I think you can support this point, Matt, is when your opponent refuses to collapse, a lower rated opponent, it adds a lot of additional tension, which is, the pressure is on white here to prove something. And I think Magnus isn't going to feel tremendous pressure to do so. I mean, he just naturally will do so. But I'm saying players that are not super GMs, I would feel some pressure here as white.
I agree with you. So and that's something worth noting, I think, is, when I was like 1800, let's say, I thought of chess masters as invincible. Like, I had never beaten a master. I don't know if I'd even drawn a master at 1800. And you just feel like they crush you every time. And then you kind of get this level of respect where it's like, oh, maybe I should just resign early. Resign here. They're up a pawn. They got control, whatever. But there's play in this position. And if let's say you're playing white here and you're playing Andrew Tang. Like you mentioned, I've had a couple of really good positions against Tang in Over the Board Classical, and he finds the craziest counterplay that I could possibly imagine. Like, let's say Queen C5 was played. He would play a move like Queen A5, threatening Queen E1 check. And then already you're thinking like, can I take C6? A2's dropping, Queen E1 check.
Yes.
And brain starts going crazy. And he's done it to you before.
Yes.
So you can never resign these positions. You got to at least play it out a little. Queen C5 played. Queen C5 by Magnus.
And one thing that I always find helpful, especially, for less experienced players, is there seems to be this tendency to want to clarify the situation and look at Queen D5 and be like, well, I'm down a pawn, but can I somehow hold this ending or something? And I think that's the first thing to do when you're playing, is realizing what you shouldn't do, in the sense of just, well, here's my escape. Magnus is allowing me to trade queens. Well, obviously I'm playing Magnus, but when I'm providing commentary, I'm trying to pretend that, there's two mortals playing here, which I suppose is the case here, but on a higher plane. But this idea of, can I trade queens? And I would just evaluate that quite rather quickly and realize, once you enter such a concrete position, there's no going back. This bridge burning decision. So that would be the first thing I would be trying to get out of my head, because I do think I've seen students work on positions like this really. So I can trade queens. Can I survive the monster?
And how do you evaluate this endgame? You're asking me and I'm asking you. I think this should be a win for white, right?
I think so. And of course, there's your Andrew Tang with Queen A5 played, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you can't, I guess my point is that there's still some details in this king and pawn ending, but if you can't clearly evaluate what that consequence is going to be, meaning if you think that's clearly drawn, okay, fine, offer a trade of queens. But if it's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of complicated, I hope this works out, it's what we call a bridge burning decision. You're not going to be able to cross back over that bridge. So I think Jan's move is very practical. And wow, Carlsen just instantly takes C6, huh?
Yeah. Do you think it's worth showing the king and pawn endgame, or should we just go to the game line since they're going quick?
Oh, either way is fine. I mean, whatever you think will be most instructive.
Okay, I'll just show one thing real quick in this line. So, like, let's say C takes D is played.
Right.
White can create a passed pawn on the queen side by starting with A3.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you play B3, B4 can be played, locking up the pawns. And now you can't easily make a passer. But this
deep freeze, as Silman put it, I think, is endgame.
Yes, deep freeze. So you could play A3, and then B3, and then you have the option to play A4 at any moment and create a passed pawn. And at the same time, you can also play like G3, F4, and bring your king up. And black won't be able to run the king all the way to the a file just to gain that one pawn because the white king will be winning all the other pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, let's go back to the game because they're making moves quickly.
But excellent point. I'm glad you brought that up because it's such an instructive element to that ending.
Yeah, and I've watched some students where they'll simplify into lost endgames. And I think it's a hard point to understand. Like, don't make that decision without having really serious calculation and making sure that you're still alive in the position. Okay, they're really blitzing. Queen e1 check, king h2, queen takes f2, queen takes e6 check, king h7. So they both calculated this line because they're playing it so quickly. White to move, and we are up 2 pawns now. How do you feel about this?
I certainly feel better as white than black, but on the other hand, it goes into this point about not trading the queens, is that there's concrete problems to solve, and black still has some chances to, create complications. Whereas, like you were saying, simplifying into the position by trading queens, there's no going back, and it's just, the position is going to clarify, and you don't really have a lot of control. Whereas here, there's a lot going on, and we're on move, what, 31? Is that right? Or what?
Yeah, 32 just played queen e4 and king g8.
32, okay.
I like this move, queen e4 check, because looking at it from white's point of view, we have to guard this diagonal, and we have to guard the back rank. Or I shouldn't say we have to guard. I should say those are kind of the two ways for black to create play. And black wants a perpetual check. They want to just check back and forth. Right now with the queen on e4, we allow queen to g3 check for black, but we don't allow queen to e1. The queen guards e1. So this is actually a moment where Magnus gets a free move in a way, right? He could play pawn to b4, for example. And if the a2 pawn is captured, then he gets the h5 pawn, and now there's less play for Jan on the king side because there's not that pawn on h5 helping out, or h4, I mean, excuse me. And if not b4, maybe Magnus calculates, hey, this passed pawn is way too strong for Jan to deal with. I'm just going to go d5. You can have the b2 pawn. So this, I feel like this is winning for Magnus. He's just now got to have really concrete calculation.
And with enough time on the clock too, I think, to do so.
Yeah, and he could even repeat a couple moves if he needs more time. He could check on
That's a good
e8,
point.
come back.
Yeah, that's always a practical tip too, and that when you're the side that's controlling the events and you're low on time, if there's increment or you're trying to get to move 40, as the case may be, you can repeat the position twice, which I remember as a kid reading some books in the so-called Soviet school of chess, where you'd have GMs discuss the psychological disturbance of repeating twice. And I've had this happen to me. I think Andrew Tang and there's others that have done this to me. Like, oh, maybe I'm getting a draw.
Yeah.
And then like, no way, I'm repeating twice, you're getting your hopes up, and then boom, now I'm making progress. And that always would mess with me, that I would.
Alice did that last night against Ashton. She had to repeat twice.
Yep.
And then on the third repetition chance, she made a different move. And they still ended up drawing. But I think psychologically, that's hard. You see the opponent repeating, and you're like, well, do I try to get out of this? Or what do you do?
Exactly.
JJ Chesser says, hey, can I play with you? And Madluck says, live board 3 or 4 moves behind. I did refresh it, Madluck, so hopefully it's caught up. That might have been due to my internet. Okay, what do we play as white? I feel like pushing the D pawn looks really strong.
I think that's where you have to look first, right? Can I just make progress this way?
So let's say queen takes b2. Now there's no check, so I think we go d6. Jan's got to get back for a check somehow.
So let's say queen. Where do you move your queen here? I mean, do you play queen d2? Do you move your queen? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe queen d2. That is kind of a nice square for her, eyeing f4 and the pawn. Okay, maybe this isn't so easy for white. I'm trying to think. In these queen to pawn games, I always try to think where's the optimal square for the queen. I'm not sure where that is. Oh, b3 played by Magnus.
Okay. Interesting.
So what if queen takes a2?
Okay. What an interesting way to try to misplace black's queen.
Yeah, b3.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing Magnus, that probably is the idea. Like maybe
Because does
now
he play queen? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe now d5.
Yeah, and I was wondering about, yeah.
Oh, you could win that b5 pawn. Queen d5 check, is that what you were looking at?
Yeah, I was looking at that. And then in the back of my mind, I was just trying to see if black would get enough counterplay if you played queen d3 to try to push the pawn up the board. But I don't think that idea will quite work. But yeah, taking.
I think I would like queen d5 check.
Yep.
I don't know where that black king goes. Let's just say h7. And then I want queen takes b5. Because there's no immediate checks for black. And then I want to stick my queen back on e5.
Mm-hmm.
Guard the diagonal.
Yeah, this is problematic.
So do you feel like black can't venture out to take a2?
It doesn't look that way.
All right.
Can you play, wow, how complicated. I was just thinking about your king and pawn example, where you play a3 instead of b3.
Mm-hmm.
Can I play b4 as black? I don't think that is going to work either.
Oh, I kind of like that, though.
But I'm dreaming of like queen d2 and just try to hang tough.
Queen d2 seemed like such a nice square for that queen. So let's say d5, queen d2.
Right.
In the other line, it was really tough to figure out how can I advance the d pawn without allowing perpetual check.
Because as we're focusing on the d pawn, it's important not to ignore the majority on the queen side as well. I mean, the AB, that there could be some sort of liquidation where somehow, if that passed pawn disappeared, which is unlikely, but I'm just saying, what is that endgame looking like, even if you had, say, just a B pawn or an A pawn, and the queen is able to shield the king from checks. Okay, so you're taking h4. Okay.
And then queen back to c4.
Got it.
So that would force the queen trade.
Yep. Yeah, that's a problem.
So maybe that's part of the idea with this b3 move. You get that extra queen trade option, queen c4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does that mean b4 doesn't work then if we get queen takes h4 in reply?
That looks convincing to me.
So what if we start queen d2? Oh, there's still queen takes h4. Wow, b3 is a really nice move. I mean, of course, it's Magnus.
It's so easy to overlook, and you start thinking about, well, if I move my king to the H file, that you're showing the H pawn is hanging with check. It's also easy in your mind to be like, what if I put my king on a dark square like king f8? Oh, wow, he took the pawn. I was just going to say, if he played king f8, there's, queen f3. This instantly played by Magnus.
This feels over.
We're getting into the moment of truth here.
Queen takes b5. Doesn't this just feel over?
Sure does.
is. Queen takes b5. I think we're going to see resignation.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime now. So just to show the point. Okay, let's go queen back to f2. Idea being queen g3 followed by queen e1 is that perpetual check chance for black. Now white puts the queen on e5.
Yep.
And even if the b3 pawn was gone, this feels very close to winning, because what you can do is you can kind of maneuver your queen on that diagonal as white while working to get your pawn pushed up the board. And it's very hard for the side that's defending to hold any sort of drawing chances here.
Yeah.
And with that extra b pawn, it seems even easier for Magnus. Like he could maybe sack the d pawn if he felt the b pawn gave more chances to win. And keep the queen on that diagonal would be the key point. Okay, queen f2 played. I think queen e5.
Absolutely. Just referencing Yusupov's book and into the chapter on centralization.
Yes.
Centralize the queen and bring home the point.
It's fun reading those chapters. The last one I read was on passed pawns, and now I feel like I'm just thinking about it all the time.
Exactly. The story I was going to tell you, by the way, is the Canadian Open. I think it was 2005. So I was 18 years old. I think it was around 1800.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad and I would travel up to Canada every year for the Canadian Open. And in that particular year, Shirov was playing and Ivanchuk was playing. And so round one, they just cut the field in half, and it's top versus bottom. So the top of the top versus the top of the bottom. So I have a coin flip. Do I play someone who's about to play their very first game, or do I get to play a legend, top 10 player in the world, which was Ivanchuk, and Shirov was number 2. And so I flip the coin. Heads is Ivanchuk, tails is the beginner. Heads, I get to play Ivanchuk, and so I play Ivanchuk, and queen e5 was played, by the way, so I sit down. He gives me the fish out of water handshake, and he's staring up at the light fixture, visualizing, my demise or who knows what else.
Uh-huh.
And then there's an announcement right before the game. They said, "Oh, sorry there, everyone. We forgot to pair 12 players. We need to redo the pairings."
Oh.
And it's like opportunity of a lifetime, play Ivanchuk one-on-one with Michael Jordan kind of thing. And so they redo the pairings, and they push everyone up the board. So I go from Ivanchuk to the board doesn't even exist because they forgot to pair people. I had to add a board, and was playing, some young child in their first tournament, and I'm just distraught. And the director walks up to me and says, "Hey, we feel pretty bad. What happened to you? I happen to be playing on board 2 against Alexei Shirov. Would you like to trade?"
Really?
And I was like, "Well, you just want to beat up on this little kid, right?" No. In all seriousness, what a generous offer.
Yeah.
So I was like, of course. And I was so fortunate because I was able to play Shirov. Wasn't fire on board. He just positionally destroyed me. I never was able to really get a game. But he's also friends with Victor Boligan. And Boligan was there too. So you get these world-class GMs. And they talked to me after the game about the position. I asked a couple questions about the opening. And it was a wonderful opportunity. And I later was able to play Ivanchuk in the simul, by the way. I won the lottery and one of the tickets. So anyway, I'll stop telling stories.
How did the Ivanchuk game go?
That was the game where I played King F8, G5, H5. It wasn't the exact position I think I showed you, but I gave him a really good game. I'll have to dig up the score sheet. It's somewhere.
That'd be really cool to see.
But as an 1800, it was nice to play King F8, G5, H5. And Ivanchuk is a well-known French player too. So he respected the idea at least. And it was a game. Like against Shirov, I didn't get a game. He just sat on me because I just wasn't strong enough to see his fire. he was just, it was like a Queen's Indian. He was white. And he just couldn't get any pawn breaks, and I think I ran out of time in a lost position.
Yeah, it's really cool to meet Bologan as well, because he's a little bit less well known, but he's like a huge Catalan expert and opening theoretician.
Yeah. In fact, I have 3 Bologan books right here.
Oh, really cool.
E5, the Rui, and King's Indian.
Nice.
And the Caro-Kann, actually.
Birdstill says
F4.
that's an amazing director.
Yeah. Oh, he's fantastic. And very generous. And the last thing I'll say, that talking about opening prep and such things, now it's different, I guess, that the computers really check all these variations. But when I had Play the French, and that was my way to study, was this book, Shirov was quoted in the book that John Watson recommended some move. And he said, interesting is this as played by Alexei Shirov in the such and such game. So Shirov, like it's a 9-round tournament, so 1 game a day. So there's like round 3 or 4. He actually walked up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?" Like, whoa, Shirov's going on his way to talk to me. I was like, "Hey, pretty good. I have a question for you about this line in this French defense book. The author recommends this move, but he mentioned your move is interesting." He said, "Well, what's the game? Can you give me a reference?" I was like, "Well, it was played in this year, and I think it was maybe in the Bundesliga, Germany." He's like, "Okay, 2003." Oh yeah. I was playing a weak opponent. This is the most efficient way to crush him. So I just played Rook F6. It's not objectively the best move, but it doesn't matter. Like, I'm going to win this game. But it's just funny. Like, that was the old opening theory. Was Shirov played this way, you better take it seriously and think about it. And Shirov looked at it as like, oh, this is a nothing game. So I just made any move. And,
that's crazy.
So.
Yeah, and those guys are so good. Just being able to recall, the game like that too, and what you were thinking. Okay, Queen D3 by Magnus, very solid. Hold both pawns.
Yeah, this is. I mean, is Jan gonna even that? Just wonder if he's gonna blitz out Queen F2 or something.
Yeah, how does Magnus make... Yeah, he does Queen F2. How does Magnus make progress here? I wanted Queen F3 if I could force a queen trade somehow. So the idea is black wants to play queen to F4 check. All right, so here's something interesting, Dane. Could Magnus allow the checks that at first glance don't seem like we want to allow them? But could Magnus play D5 here?
Yeah, excellent question.
So Queen F4 check, King G1, Queen C1 check, King F2. Because sometimes it's actually easier to run the king up to, like the middle of the board where you have both white pawns and the queen. You can try to use the pawns as shelter as you move everything up. Queen C3 was played, by the way.
Yeah, I like your question, or you're questioning that point that you're not immediately saying I must prevent these checks, and yeah, that's far from trivial. Magnus's answer seems to be, I'm not going to allow any harassment, right? So Queen F4 is intending King G1 is the idea.
Yeah, so he is allowing one check, but he's guarding the back rank. That was played, Queen F4. Actually, the queen does sit really nicely on C3 because now Jan doesn't have any of the sort of back and forth checks. This is actually pretty frustrating for Jan.
Yeah, we had a question in the chat. How does Jan generate any sense of optimism?
I would probably just start appreciating like other things in my life maybe that are going well. Don't try to be optimistic about this chess game.
It's like you're in like 20-story building or something, and you fall off the top or something, and as you're falling, someone on, say, the 10th floor sees you and looks out and says, "Hey, how's it going?" And you say, "Oh, so far so good."
Yeah, enjoying the breeze.
I think the optimism is that, I mean, okay, it feels to me that black doesn't have a lot of creative moves here. I mean, you're just desperately looking for chances of a perpetual. But I think you have the rest day. You have white, which I wonder if, other than this game, I think Jan has better chances as black, is the way he's been handling the positions. But you have white after the rest day, and you're down 2 against Magnus. I mean, that's it's hard to generate optimism there. But on the other hand, you have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're down 2 games, I mean, it's not, his conclusion shouldn't be, "I'm going to play the King's Gambit because I created a chessable course or something, and I'll play the King's Gambit against Magnus." Like, I think that, I don't think you need to resort to such things as that. But I'm just saying, this is Magnus's title to now retain or lose. Like, Nepo is not, once you're down 2 games, like, you're not thinking about, well, here's how I win the title. And he's not giving up as well. But I mean, there has to be some understanding that, Magnus is, working on retaining his title. And how do you create pressure? How do you keep these games going? Especially, yeah.
It's a really interesting psychological question. How hard do you press, right? Because you don't want to lose a 3rd game. Like, you don't want to go overboard
Exactly.
and lose right away again. You want to have some dignity if you lose the match, but it's also like, you don't want to have these sort of drawn games where you don't get any play, and then just people be like, "Oh, why didn't you play the King's Gambit?" You might second guess yourself. I was thinking,
So then, if you're in E4 territory, do you start talking about the Italian,
mm-hmm.
and just find some slow Italian game where pieces stay on the board, and maybe you don't have an objective advantage, but you keep pieces on the board, and you try to create some complications? I don't know. It's a very hard question to answer. We mentioned the English, and I always think of the English when if I want to try to keep pieces on the board and ask some questions. But what if Magnus plays E6 against the English?
Right.
And says, "Okay, let's play a QGD."
I'd like to see either English, or if he does play E4, maybe, like you said, Joko Piano, something a little different than Leroy, or maybe the Scotch, or some other 2 nights, something that's just a little bit more offbeat, but maybe he has some interesting ideas prepared and Magnus won't quite be ready for them. Scotch in particular would be kind of fun to see. We don't see that a ton at the high level outside of like Kasparov a while ago.
And the Scotch is very much in Jan's wheelhouse.
Okay.
He's been known to play it. There's some trendy line where you play H4 at some moment. I guess I could say it about almost any opening these days. But there is a line in the Scotch right now. There's a very early H4. And the Scotch is one of those lines too that can be quite forcing.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you find that path in the Scotch to, inject some life and a little bit of chaos into the position?
I'm currently working on an E4 course. I'll just show it while we're waiting.
Yeah.
I have this line in the Scotch called the Potter variation, and I did get to play it 1 game over the board. After bishop to c5, you play knight to b3.
Mm-hmm.
If you're watching on the stream, it's probably just behind a few seconds. Bishop retreats, and then queen to e2. And the idea is you play knight c3, bishop to e3, queenside castle. And you get almost like a opposite side castling Sicilian, except the c pawn is still there for black, and the b6 bishop is a little bit in the way of black's pawn storm. And the engine says it's about equal. But when I was playing around with it, I actually felt much more comfortable from the white side, throwing those kingside pawns up the board than I did from the black side.
And that's an important point too about the evaluation of a position. Is, I know, in the past there's sort of this understanding where you're looking at lines, and once you see the zeros, okay, I need to move on to find something more testing, like especially in the Kasparov era. I mean, not that the computers were that strong, but I mean the attitude that if there's no objective advantage, look elsewhere. Keep pressing as white. And I don't know if Magnus said these exact words, but I remember listening to him in an interview with the impression of, my analysis begins at the zeros. if I can find, like this example, if this is, let's just say for the sake of argument, it's all zeros, or just it's balanced. It's not a lot different than dollar draws.
Yeah. Right.
And
Everything's
maintaining
on the
that
board.
balance. So I think of that idea that when you see the zeros and it's not a forced draw, Magnus smiles and says, oh, maybe this is where my opening preparation begins.
I like that a lot. Yeah, because people will stop at the zeros, right? Oh, we drew, we equalized. And maybe in their mind, they stop at a position and say, okay, that's a draw. Yep. Magnus says, oh, it's a draw if you know what you're doing, if you're Stockfish 14, but I got some ideas here.
And I'm going to keep playing. And this isn't new. I mean, Fischer was a horrible player to face with that same attitude, which is you're not getting a draw from me, and I'm going to keep pressing, even if it's objectively drawn. I don't care. I'm going to keep fighting. And Magnus is in tremendous shape, so it's just like that's the other aspect of things. that I'm going to outlast you. Can you keep that balance for 7.5 hours?
Right.
Let's see.
Smithy Q woke up in the chat after hearing the Potter variation. He said, Knight B3 Scotch has been my main line for a while. Scores very well in Blitz. Good choice. I think that was part of the reason I found it, as well as I was looking at some database of club level players, and it scored pretty well for white, which is one thing I like to do when looking for opening ideas. I'll look at the stats at the club level and just see like, oh, where are people having issues outside of what the engine or the GMs are telling us?
Exactly right. That's we got to find our E6 G5 lines.
Yeah, right. I don't know if I could quickly find the game, but I had a similar game where I was playing the black side against a Knight F3 player as well, and it was a G5 pawn sack idea that I found. So I was able to find a couple of her previous games, and I found this idea, and it got us into a position that was very sharp and tactical, but I had looked at it enough that I felt a little more comfortable than she did in the game, and it's kind of an effective thing you can do against players that you know.
I'm curious to learn more about your Slav course. I was just talking to JD, and he was mentioning it seems like you have a dynamic way to handle the Slav exchange.
Oh yeah,
because that's one thing that has kept me from playing the Slav to the point where well, maybe I'll play a triangle move order just to avoid this, because I'm trying to find so I'm still drifting because as a Stonewall Dutch player, I played Yermolinsky, and he played Knight F3, right? One of the lines that you and I play as white sometimes, and I don't have a good response against it. So I start to think maybe I need to have a more universal setup, the Karo, the Slav. And one thing that's always worried me is the CD5 lines. In finding ways to generate play, especially knowing white's not necessarily playing for a draw here. This still can be pretty poisonous. So anyway, I was just kind of curious on your thoughts.
So you can, if you want, you could play the E6 D5 move order, and for the most part, you would still be in our repertoire, except maybe for the English or one Knight F3, they could maybe move order you, quick C4s. But in their course, we recommend starting C6, D5 if C4 is played first, or D5, C6 if D4 is played first. So then, to get to your question, in the Slav exchange, we go for a really quick E5 push. So let's say Knight F3 is played. I think that's the most common move at the club level. Knight C6. And then if Knight to C3, I'm trying to remember the move order now. I believe it's E5 right away. And we go for a quick D4 is the idea. Now I'm on the spot. I'm messing up my own course move order. But the idea is E5.
No, this is great, though. I mean, I was just really encouraged when he mentioned how you're handling this repertoire as black. Is it because I was thinking if I'm trying to play for a win,
all right,
what options do I have? And
so excuse me if you're watching. I mean, we just hit time control, so these guys are going to think for a bit. But I'm pulling up the Slav exchange course now. This can't go without knowing the correct lines.
And Dan, and as Matt's looking there, Mad Luck, I would just say conserving energy. I mean, at this point, if there is a rest day tomorrow, And if I'm Nepo here, I'm still going to play until it's just completely over, because once you're down 2 games, I mean, it's going to be incredibly hard, to mount a comeback after that. It's not impossible, but even being down 1 game against Magnus is a tough hill to climb. So I would just continue to just answer your question, just try to ask some questions. There's not a lot of mental energy here you need as black. Your options are so limited, and yeah, it's probably going to end pretty soon. But anyway, let's take a look at this course.
All right, so it is e5 right here.
Okay.
And after d takes e, pawn to d4. And you're creating some dynamic play. You're kind of eyeing this diagonal, but you're also putting the immediate question to the knight. The main move is knight to e4. And after this, we have queen to a5 check. And a bishop to d2, queen to d5. So
nice.
We post up the queen here, and the most natural square for this knight is g3. But what happens for white is it becomes a little bit awkward to get that f1 bishop into the game. Like if they ever play e3, we could take it with bishop b4 check ideas in the air. And they can't play g3. So after knight to g3, we go knight takes e5. And if knight takes, queen takes. Now if e3, we get that line that we were just discussing, bishop to b4 check.
Mm-hmm.
And white's lost. So white's got to figure out somewhere along that line how to safely get all the pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go back, so I'll show you another line. If knight to c3 is played, we recommend an immediate e5. And if d takes e, d4.
Right.
And
it's like a winnow or counter gambit or something like this.
Yeah, and I think the eval on these positions is maybe like 0.5 for white. So it's not like you're busted as black, but you have a lot of dynamic play.
Yeah, it's a fight. What about bishop f4?
Oh yeah, so we have a fun one here. Bishop f4, move 1, or right away.
Yeah, bishops before knights, as we know.
Knight c6.
Right.
e3 probably.
Yeah, exactly.
I think f6. Yeah, f6. Threatening e5.
Wow.
And if knight f3, the recommendation is g5, which you'll like as a French player.
Of course.
Bishop g3, h5. And the setup that we want is bishop f5, e6, king f7, and play it that way.
I think you just you may have converted someone to your cause here, because I'm coming from the perspective of finding a way to plant my feet where I want to be able to play an opening with similar structures. I mean, obviously this is a bit chaotic, but from the standpoint of if you play knight f3, you play c4, you play whatever, I have something sensible to play.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I have pretty good results with the Stonewall Dutch, but getting to the Stonewall Dutch is sometimes a challenge, and after so I'm starting to think I need to find something a bit more universal, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a nice complement for sure to the Stonewall Dutch, because what we're recommending in the course after knight f3 triangle, and after knight c3 also triangle, so we allow the Marshall gambit if white wants it with e4.
And you just tackle the main lines. You just go.
Yeah, I tried to find a couple lines that weren't super complicated, but that could also get black to safety.
Are there any lines in the Marshall where it's just white it can fizzle into a draw if white knows the theory, or is it just ultra complicated?
I tried to avoid all the draw lines too, so I think we navigated them successfully. But that's one where you definitely have to have it memorized. Like a lot of those lines are very sharp.
Because as a French player, I was thinking after e4 to just make things up with bishop b4. It's probably not that great of a move, but as a way to just mix things up before I learned the more concrete lines. But and if there's a queen g4, play king f8 again at some moment.
I mean, I suppose. I actually have not seen anyone play the Marshall against me yet. I feel like it's not that common for whatever reason. It's much more likely you'll see knight f3, and then our recommendation is the note boom, which is really fun, and it
Yes.
scores well at club level too. And so the way we get to the Dutch, if knight f3 is played, e6, after e3, that's when we go stonewall Dutch. So it's likely not going to be a kingside fianchetto for white.
Mm-hmm.
And they've already kind of committed to this a little bit more passive setup. And then that gets you right into your stonewall.
Because when I was white, I would sometimes play knight c3, and then against the triangle play e3, with the idea of meeting f5 with g4. This was like from Chris Ward's Play the Queen's Gambit from decades ago.
I don't know if we looked at that line or not. I'm looking now. Okay, so we got knight c3.
Safuya says it handled the Marshall once and crushed them with the course lines.
I don't know if I looked at this one. What do you feel like the strongest option for black is?
In this position, or you mean after f5, g4?
After f5, g4.
That's a good question. I don't know the theory very well. I mean, like I said, this is probably over 10 years old. Like if I played the Queen's Gambit by feel and you played this against me, this is what I would play. And I would play g4, and then I'm just going to get chaos. You know, I don't have a lot of theory. I mean, I do have a couple triangle books on that shelf.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a good line to add to the course.
All right, I'm going to do that because it's scoring well at the master level in the database too. So what if we start bishop d6?
Mm-hmm.
Do you play knight f3? Or bishop d3 and try to kind of keep that idea in mind, g4?
Yeah, good question, right? Because if you play knight f3, then you're playing your f5,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems to be good news for us as black. Now, you know, as a French defense player, you know I would play bishop d2 and say I'm playing a semi-useful move. In fact, this is really going back. Have we only played once over the board, you and I?
That sounds right, yeah.
And I want to say it was, speaking of Shirov, wasn't it like the Shabalov-Shirov line in the semi-Slav where you play queen c2 and g4?
That sounds right.
And I can't remember if the game was a draw or not.
We need to find that. I have a bad memory for some of my older games.
It was at some Minnesota Open, you know, a lifetime ago for sure.
Yeah, because I do remember looking at that line. Like that was part of my repertoire.
But this was all from Chris Ward's Play the Queen's Gambit that I played queen c2, the Shirov g4 stuff, Shabalov Shirov, and then his recommendation against the triangle was this.
Okay.
But I don't know what his answer was after bishop d6. That's interesting.
I played a game last night. I got to play Alice in the over the board tournament,
Mm-hmm.
and I played the Stonewall Dutch against her, and she was pressing for a while, and I tried to kind of put the game in by memory, looking at Stockfish. It was a really long game, and she had a queenside attack going, and I definitely felt under pressure, but I don't think she ever had enough to really crack the position. She locked it up on the queen side, and then I had enough kingside play where Stockfish said I was maybe like up 3 or 4 points, but
Whoa.
I missed like a critical move, and she was able to close up the king side. But then it just got me thinking, like, man, this Stonewall Dutch could be really effective. And she played a solid line like this with e3, knight f3.
Yep.
Right, so it's like she didn't get any real quick play against the Dutch, which allowed me to kind of get the setup going on the king side.
In fact, Magnus has played the Stonewall Dutch here and there, defeating Anand and I think Caruana. I'm attracted to the Stonewall Dutch because when you mention Marshall, I start to say, oh, there's all those forcing concrete lines. And at some point, you just have to bite the bullet, and these lines exist. But for me, the Stonewall I always liked in the sense of just it felt more conceptual than concrete, and that if you're playing a young kid that's prepping with an engine or a coach and they have these exact lines, you really can't just blast the stone wall with some computer lines.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, even if you're getting squeezed, there's always chaos potentially lurking on the king side. So if I could get this position every game, I'd be happy. But playing against ready and English players, I've had troubles. So that's why I'm kind of wandering, looking for a new home. So I might be interested in this stuff.
Yeah, I'll send you the course. That could be since you're volunteering on the show too. Maybe that's like a partial payment.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to study it.
That's actually a nice plug for the course too, for anyone watching. One thing
I really like it because we're looking for for people that are looking for relatively solid lines, but you have the ability to counterattack when needed. That's a hard balance to find. Kind of like Wesley So's point.
Yeah.
Here's my d4 draws white line.
Right. If you have this exact position with the f pawn back on f7 and your knight on f6, yes, you have a semi-Slav, but players are going to be ready for it,
right?
Especially at master level. And if you're playing a master in a solid semi-Slav line for black, I think it's really kind of difficult to force a win already at 2200.
Well, and the other thing is there's two courses on Chessable with Shankland, and then I always butcher the last name of Alex. It's like Kovalich, but I'm pronouncing his last name incorrectly. And some very interesting courses and a lot of great concepts. But in the course, the idea is if white wants to draw in the exchange, they can get it. And here's the line where our main recommendation is accept the draw. Which isn't necessarily bad for an improving player. And I think there's sometimes like unnecessary paranoia that your opponent is going to force a draw as white. Mm-hmm. But that being said, when you're in the last round and you need to win or something, if you have that in the back of your mind, it's hard for me at least to build around a repertoire where the recommendation is accept the repetition. You could keep playing, but if you do, your position's not so good.
Yeah.
Sholovich. Okay. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate that. So anyway, that's why I asked you about it. Genuinely, not like, hey, Matt, you want to plug your course? But
yeah.
You're providing something that I think a lot of people have questions about, which is I have this great rock solid course on the Chebanenko or the Moran chaos with Shankland, whatever, but my opponent can just torture me with the exchange. What do I do?
Mm-hmm.
And my conclusion is don't play a Slav. But now I have some other thoughts.
Yeah, it's at least interesting, right? Like, yes, we're taking a stockfish disadvantage, and if your opponent maybe knows you're going to do this f6, g5, h5 idea, they might purposely play the early bishop f4 lines, and then you might be back into like, okay, now I need to go back to the drawing board. I don't want to play a Kevin Wasilic who knows I'm doing this crazy thing, and he's going to crush me in that line, right? Like he's actually ready for it. But I think, having lines that have a lot of play in the position from the black side is nice because, even if you're playing, let's say, someone in the 2000s, sometimes it's just really tough to win with black, even if your rating is 2200. It's you want games where you have life in the position. And one cool thing with the Dutch, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. I was looking at knight h6 lines, and I recommend some of the early knight h6 lines in the course, but I don't yet have a good feel on all the types of positions. But if you can prevent the f3 knight from getting to e5 and get, let's say, knight d7, I'm going to give white some passive moves, bishop e2, knight h6, castle, knight f7, b3, knight f6. This formation with the knights is really interesting to me. So if knight e5 is ever played, you snap it off and you're ready to play g5, g4. And even if white creates a scenario where they get like an early bishop a3 in, trying to trade the dark bishops, we just allow them to take on f8 because by that time we're already getting the kingside attack rolling.
That's really interesting because, in my Stonewall experience, I'll often play knight g4, provoke the opponent into chasing with h3, which creates a later hook, then play knight h6 to f7, and then go, you guessed it, g5. So that's very interesting.
Oh, I like that. Okay, I'm going to have to pick your brain on Stonewall later. Let's go back to the game because now we're
Yes.
we're getting a
That's
little
right.
excitement.
Yes, we're commenting. Yes, there is a game.
Okay, so we had. Let me flip the board. Let's see. Move 41. We had queen to d3 check. Pawn to g6. Queen to d1. And now Jan is looking for some play. He's trying to make things difficult. So after this, they're playing really fast. Queen to e3 check. King h1. And then Jan plays g5. It gets this g-pawn running up the board.
Oof, queen f3.
Yeah, d5, g4. H takes g, h3. So club level game, this is a really good idea for black. Like you want to just mix it up as much as possible, go for perpetual check. But look at this move Magnus finds. Queen to f3.
Well, and Jan answered the question, how do you stay optimistic? What, do you resign here? So just, keep the momentum moving. The bus will stop and you're not going to like the destination, but while you can, create these complications. And yeah, queen f3 is quite a sobering move.
Do you see Jan's move after that? He resigned.
He resigned. Good move.
He just resigned.
Good move.
Wow.
I hate to say anything so bold as this is the end of the match. I mean, I certainly don't think that that's quite true, but for practical purposes, it's just very hard to imagine a comeback from this. But
yeah, against Magnus. I mean, I like that point. Magnus has only lost 2 world championship games ever. It's a really tough player to beat, especially when he's well prepared.
So you get a rest day. You have the white pieces. What do you do?
I want to see English, like you said. I want to see English, Joko, piano, Catalan, or 1b3.
If I see the same anti-Marshall stuff, it just to me feels like Fabi. I mean, Fabi wasn't playing from behind, so I should be fair about that. But I felt that he just kept playing this knight d5 Sveshnikov, and he knows a lot more than I do, and his team obviously knows a lot more. But it just felt like maybe a little more variety would have been nice to have as an option.
Yeah. I mean, the most blitz matches and stuff, you test the waters against your opponent, right? If they have a solid defense, you try something different and see what they come up with.
Because I heard I don't know if this is true, but in the Queen's Gambit Decline, there's this a6 move on move 3 that supposedly Carlsen was intending on playing in his 2018 World Championship match. I don't know if that's true or not, but
that sounds right. 3a6,
it's like the Yanovsky or something.
D5, E6, and then A6. Yeah.
So it's just funny to think like something like that is lurking in the shadows.
And with Carlsen's history, this match, he's got all these early deviations. And yeah, he's going to do something like move 3 or move 8 and really throw Jan off.
Yeah, so that Queen E1 move, we were all wondering, why is he spending so much time?
Yeah.
Like Rook E1 looked quite natural and good. But the more I think about it, like coming up with this Queen E1, Bishop B4, I mean, that's quite impressive. Because what Jan wants. He wants chaos. He's been doing well with the black pieces from my vantage point out of the opening and early middle game phase. So it seemed he knew exactly this is the type of play Jan was looking for. And yeah, that Queen E1 is quite impressive, I think, coming up with this.
I agree.
In the sense of let's play this game on my terms.
Okay, I'm going to toggle on the engine right here just to see what the eval is after Queen E1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's in the ChessBase cloud, there's a Stockfish 12 at depth 56. The eval is 0.00. This is the case that we were just talking about. Jan's not spending time with his team on a lot of 0.00 lines in a completely symmetric pawn structure. But Magnus knows that he can press here. It's incredible.
See some positive remarks in the chat, and just want to thank everyone for joining us too. Some great insights and ideas that helped our conversation and commentary. It seems like you have a great community here, Matt.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining. Thanks everyone for watching. It was awesome having you for so long, Dane. Put in a lot of time today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it didn't feel like work. It just was a nice conversation, and learning a lot here. So I look at this game again, but yeah, just Queenie. That's isn't that so funny that all zeros for Queenie one,
Yeah.
where Magnus's preparation begins.
Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. Stay on for a second, Dane. I want to just talk to you for a minute.
Sure.
But thanks everyone for watching. And I'll be posting a recap right after this, and I'll get the recap up right away. And then tomorrow's a rest day. And after that, I don't have any live streams planned, but I'll be doing more recaps. So stay tuned for those. Thanks everyone. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks. See ya.